is necessary. Until we get there, my grandson will be seen as a weapon and not as a child of God. The march is necessary until we walk down these streets of America where our ancestors' blood, sweat, and tears built for us one day to be free. The march is necessary until we are shoulder to shoulder, hand in hand, walking together towards a brighter future, fanning towards the flame of justice. The march is necessary until Martin's dream becomes our children's reality. Until that day, no justice, no peace. We must march on. God bless you.
Good morning. I'm Bishop Talbert Swan II, representing the Church of God in Christ, and on behalf of our presiding bishop, Bishop J. Drew Sheard, and our constituents across America and the world, we came here to tell America that here we are, 60 years later, and we're not going anywhere, and that you cannot erase us. Today, we stand in the shadow of a vacillating president who has been deemed the great emancipator, but he receives far too much credit, while American historians have diminished the roles of black leaders and abolitionists and activists who are determined to transform this nation. We live in strange times where our non-melanated brothers and sisters want to convince us that slavery was nothing more than a vocational training program that gave our ancestors marketable skills, that 40 years of affirmative action was sufficient to wipe away 400 years of discrimination, and that 48 years of voting rights was enough to level the playing field. America wants to erase its original sin and pretend the enslavement, the rape, the murder, the brutalization, the dehumanization, segregation, emaciation, and mass incarceration of black people are merely figments of our imagination. They don't want the truth to make little Billy and Karen feel bad about what grandma and grandpa did. But the more you try to erase America's history of racism, the more it manifests itself. It manifests itself on riverboat docks in Montgomery, on streets in New York and Baltimore, when non-melanated Americans justify the cops shooting Jayland Walker 90 times, but then defend an ex-president with 90 criminal indictments. We are here to say that you cannot erase us. You tried it with slavery, you tried it with Jim Crow, with Tuskegee experiments, with crack cocaine epidemics, with extrajudicial murders, and you keep trying, but the more you keep trying, the more God keeps raising us up, lifting us, and giving us resilience and the strength to endure. You can't erase us, Ron DeSantis. You can't erase us, Sarah Huckabee. You can't erase us, Greg Abbott. We're going to be here fighting for our rights, fighting for our children, fighting against crooked cops and racist judges and white supremacist governors and every evil that wants to subjugate us to the bondage of bigotry. We're not going anywhere. You cannot erase us. We may be black. Racism might be ugly, but we're here. Somebody raise your hand and say, we're here.
Representing the National Black Justice Coalition, let's welcome Ollie Henry and Hope Giselle.
The March on Washington has always been a march towards. A march towards actualizing the dreams our ancestors laid into each marble slab placed on this stolen soil. They had a dream to be seen, accepted, and celebrated just as they are. Decades ago, queer folks in the movement were kept to the outskirts of our community's garden. But today, we stand in the sunlight. But just because we're in the sunlight doesn't mean that we are safe. Books about blackness and queerness are being banned in our schools. Our youth are left unhoused by homophobic and transphobic parents. Affirmative action is overturned, and our whole garden withers. Our garden deserves to be in bloom. That means we are all getting what we need to thrive: housing, education, healthcare, and reparations. 60 years ago, our ancestors laid the groundwork for us to stand here today before you. Today, we nourish the soil for the next generation to see themselves reflected in us. Tomorrow, their wildest dreams can bloom. Thank you.
As I stand here where 60 years ago, someone believed in a dream, as a Black trans woman, my dream is to be able to walk around amongst my people at the very cookout that so many are invited to who don't belong and feel safe. My dream is that when I walk into my home, when I see the faces of the people that look like me, they are not turned up in disgust because of the way that I show up, and that the contributions that I and the rest of my community make towards the betterment of Blackness is accepted as valuable. You see, the difference between having a dream that is exclusive and having a dream that is inclusive is that one of them doesn't go on sale. When we go to the stores and we see those things that we covet so much, like being the first and the only, we have to remember that all of those things at some point have an expiration date, but community does not. And so when I stand here and I speak to my community, I ask you to enjoy the woes of our entirety, to enjoy the nuances of our differences, and to support the struggle that we all sit in. If your fight, if your advocacy, if your moments, if your words do not include the struggles of all Black people, it is trash. If you woefully look over the transgressions happening to your Black and brown, queer brothers, sisters, and siblings, while expecting us all to move into this movement without resentment, you are sadly mistaken. And so today I ask, today I implore us all, as we sit here and we listen to the words of everyone watching, everyone that's been invited to speak, that we hold them with the same reverence, that we leave our biases behind, and we show up for everybody, Black, in the same way that Dr. King would have wanted us to. Thank you.
President of the National Bar Association and Chief Government and External Relations Officer, Center for Reproductive Rights, let's welcome Rashana Desai and Dominique Calhoun.
Hello, beautiful people. I am so grateful to be with you today. My name is Rashana Desai Martin, and I am joining you from the Center for Reproductive Rights. We are an organization of lawyers and advocates using the power of law to protect sexual and reproductive rights around the world. 60 years ago, Dr. King gave voice to the fight of his generation when he shared his dream for a better world. Today, we come together in the very same spot to carry that fight forward. We're here because we believe in our right to vote. We believe in our right to live free from bigotry and discrimination. We believe in our right to make our own decisions about our bodies, our lives, and our futures. But every day in this country, our reproductive freedoms, including the right to abortion, are being stripped away. Just over a year ago, the Supreme Court overturned Roe. Abortion is illegal in 14 states and inaccessible in so many more, meaning that millions do not have access to essential and life-saving health care. At a time when the rest of the world is moving towards liberalizing access to abortion, the United States is one of only 4 countries moving in the wrong direction. These attacks on our rights to vote, to live in safe communities, to raise our children without fear, to have control over our own bodies, these attacks have created a civil rights crisis, a constitutional crisis, a human rights crisis in this country. At the center, we believe that when laws move backwards, we must fight forward. And that is why we are all here today. We are the majority, and we continue today Dr. King's fight. We step up, we raise our voices to protect our rights. We can win, we will win, and I know that we will do it fighting forward together. Thank you.
Good morning. Today is not a celebration. It is a continuation of the fight for freedom. 60 years ago, Americans of all shades of color and professions stood on these grounds demanding equal protection under the law. They demanded freedom and bravely called out a government for issuing a check with insufficient funds. Here we are again, today surrounded by a great cloud of witnesses to lay aside the weight and the sin of this nation, speaking truth to power yet again, that same check, although promised in a just system, has continued to show insufficient. We are here to declare that our collective vote, the power that gives us the freedom, is a fundamental right that should be codified in federal law in order to guarantee our democracy. We are here to reaffirm that a woman should have the unequivocal right to determine what to do with her body. We are here to remind a nation that slavery was not a benefit to anyone except for the oppressors who ensnared us in chains. We are here to reignite in a people and to proclaim to this nation that we are endowed by our Creator with the unalienable rights, and chief among them, the right to life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. For 99 years, the National Bar Association, the oldest and largest association of black lawyers and judges across this country, has answered the clarion call of our people to ensure that the advancement of administration of justice is given fairly and that we uphold the integrity of the legal profession. And for the years we've been your counterpart, your legal arm in this movement, we've sharpened the sword of Lady Justice so that she can wield it swiftly. We've ensured that we continuously calibrated the scales so that bias and injustice are not given freely. And we ask that the Lady of Justice remove her blindfold so that she can see that some people attempt to use the law for their own personal ambition rather than the benefit of our republic. So we stand here united in one collective voice, emerged from various states, professions, faiths, and walks of life to make good on the American promise that all men are created equal. Thank you.
CEO of the Asian American Foundation and the Assistant Vice President of Racial Equity, Diversity, and Inclusion at Union for Reform Judaism. Let's welcome Norman Chen and Yolanda Savage-Narva.
Good morning, everyone. I am Norman Chen, CEO of the Asian American Foundation, or better known as TAF. It's an honor to be here with you all, standing where Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood 60 years ago, sharing his dream for a better America. I want to thank the King family and Jonathan Greenblatt, CEO of ADL and one of TAF's founding board members, for inviting us to speak on this momentous day. TAF was founded in 2021 by community and business leaders in response to the historic rise in anti-Asian hate against the Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Island community. We fund organizations across the country and convene all sectors to mobilize against hate and violence, reclaim our narratives, and create opportunities for communities to prosper. We are building a national organization that empowers our communities to feel safer, to feel like we belong and are accepted, and to have every opportunity to thrive. History has shown us that equality is not freely given or easily won. It is only through coming together that positive change happens. Each one of you here today embodies what TAF stands for: to build an America where opportunities are equally accessible and prosperity is within reach. While we have made progress over the last 60 years, there's still much work to be done. We won't stop until our community members feel safe leaving their homes, till our histories and stories are told in the classroom and on the screen, and till our children are truly judged by the content of their character rather than the color. With each of you here, knowing that our work is only possible because of the battles fought by others before us. We march in solidarity.
The people will never forget how you made them feel. Today, we feel the weight of history and of memory as we stand here on the unceded tribal land of the Piscataway people, surrounded by buildings and monuments built by enslaved African labor. I can't help but feel the gravity of this moment, knowing that the sacrifices were made for us to be here together. I can feel my ancestors whispering in my ear, "It's your turn. Be the ancestor you want to be." I can feel the drum beats of the rhythms they march to, forever etched in my memory. Can you hear them? Can you feel them? What's special about this moment in time, and how does it make you feel? Today we also feel the promise of the future, if only we can imagine it. In 15 years, as a crowd assembles in this space for the March on Washington 75, what world will we have built together? A world without the pain of poverty. Our young people would understand history and feel the real world around them, which includes learning about what really happened to enslaved Africans, about the Holocaust, and the beautiful tapestry of gender identity. We will have managed to slow down the destruction of our planet, and my body means my choice. What will our descendants feel in that moment 15 years from now? Did we leave them a path of radical resistance and holy boldness to work with? Did we seize the moment and make this more than just a commemoration?
In the Hip Hop Caucus, let's welcome Savante Merrick and Reverend Lennox Yearwood.
Good morning. My name is Savante Myrick. I am the president of People for the American Way. And it is quite an honor, one person in the back, it is quite an honor to be here for several reasons. First, I'm not a natural public speaker. I have a speech impediment, speak quietly, and I have the worst stage fright imaginable. And the second, thank you, ma'am. The second reason it's an honor to be here is, of course, because my entire life was made possible by the people who fought 60 years ago for me. My entire life. No joke. I mean, I was born into a homeless shelter, spent my infancy and the first 8 years of my life in and out of homelessness. But because of Dr. King and the civil rights movement, I had a chance to go to an Ivy League college. I got elected to the city council when I was 20 years old. I became mayor of Ithaca, New York at 24. I served as mayor for the last 10 years, and now I'm president of People for the American Way. And the thing that we are worried about, my organization, 1 million plus Americans, we're worried about what's happening in our schools right now. We're very worried about the stories that are being told, the lies that are being told to our young people. I firmly believe that the reason I'm standing here now is because I had an excellent education, one that told me the truth. Telling the real story of how we got here, telling the true story, is how we get the real lessons from these stories. What do you call a lesson derived from a story? A moral. And our morals as a nation are being eroded every time Ron DeSantis takes Black history out of the curriculum, every time Donald Trump implies that Black people were better off pre-civil rights. They are telling a false story and injecting into our bloodstream a false moral. So we at People for the American Way will continue to fight to tell the truth. And I hope that you will join us, no matter what your skills are. Maybe it is licking envelopes, maybe it is knocking on doors, maybe it is giving speeches in front of microphones. There is a spot in this movement for all people of all backgrounds. So I hope you will join us to fight for truth, for justice, and for the American way. Thank you very much.
Good morning. My name is Rev Yearwood, President and CEO of the Hip Hop Caucus, and on behalf of Hip Hop Caucus and Hip Hop, happy 50th birthday, Hip Hop. We are elated to be here and to share this stage with so many. But we wanted to come here this morning because we are in the midst of a climate crisis. And in that climate crisis, we have seen organizations and even politicians who have said that climate change is a hoax. And we want this environmentalists. And that means that we must connect the dots and break the silos. That means that racial justice is climate justice, and climate justice is racial justice. And we understand that we must connect the dots between voter suppression and healthcare and education. We understand that we must fight for those who are fighting for clean water in Jackson, Mississippi, and we must fight for those who are in Atlanta, Georgia, saying stop Cop City. We understand this moment right now. And so we are calling on this administration. We applaud this administration for what they've done with the Inflation Reduction Act and the bipartisan infrastructure law. We applaud them, but that's not enough, because you can't put up solar panels on Monday and build pipelines for liquefied natural gas on Tuesday. You can't talk about renewable energy on Tuesday and discuss an above all strategy for fossil fuels on Thursday. And so what we are calling for right now are three main things. That first, that we must stop the expansion of petrochemicals across this country right now. And secondly, we must ban vinyl chloride, that explosive chloride that was exploded in East Palestine. And the last thing, if the administration is watching right now, we must declare a climate emergency. That must happen. So I thank you all. Make sure and be a part of this movement. We can do it together, and all power to the people.
And a proud member of Alpha Kappa Alpha sorority. My name is Laquita Honeysucker, and I'm the Civil Rights Director at the United Food and Commercial Workers International Labor Union. On behalf of the 1.3 million members of UFCW, we are honored to celebrate the 60th anniversary of the March on Washington and reaffirm our commitment to the continued fight for social and economic justice for all marginalized groups in the United States. 6 decades have passed since that historic convening, and chronic joblessness remains as much a problem today as it was then. Even as the national economy booms, workers from all backgrounds across the country continue to struggle for better pay, affordable health care, paid sick leave, fair scheduling, safe and healthy workplaces, and the ability to retire with dignity after a hard work. Additionally, many of our nation's critical civil rights victories are under attack or being overturned. UFCW is working hard to organize workers and negotiate strong contracts that protect workers' rights and bring dignity and respect to the workplace. This includes a worker-friendly farm bill and good union jobs in the emerging cannabis industry and the grocery industry. The March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom 60 years ago was a success because of the recognition that racial injustice towards a better future for all. Thank you.
President of In Our Own Voice, National Black Women's Reproductive Justice Agenda. Let's welcome Regina Davis-Moss.
Good morning. I am Dr. Regina Davis-Moss, President and CEO of In Our Own Voice, National Black Women's Reproductive Justice Agenda. We are the first and only, yes, national state partnership of Black women leaders across the country fighting for reproductive justice for Black women, girls, and gender-expansive people. I am honored to be standing on these steps in solidarity with my brothers and sisters across the movement. Also, I'm honored to represent an organization that is working every day to unapologetically center the lives, voices, and liberation of Black women. Black women leaders have played a historic and indispensable role in the many pivotal moments of the civil rights history, even when we were asked to take a back seat. But let it be known, we are no longer waiting behind. We will never truly realize the March on Washington's vision of economic equality and freedom until all of us have the full ability to control our bodies and our future. Attacks on reproductive freedom and attempts to roll back our civil rights seeks to keep us in bondage. To realize the full reproductive justice voice, we are fighting back against any effort to constrain our lives, health, and well-being, and are coming together as sisters in this movement to make sure our position is heard loud and clear at the ballot box. It's no secret that states with the highest maternal mortality rate are the same states limiting access to our reproductive health care. When Black people have to weigh or grapple with those very personal, urgent, and most important private reasons that touch nearly every aspect of our lives, when deciding whether or not to carry to term, thinking how do I stay alive when I have children should not have to be a part of that decision. Now you can learn more about the more than 100 life-saving policy solutions we're demanding now in our Black Reproductive Justice Agenda if you go to blackrj.org. But look, it's gonna really take all of us to do this. We need you to join our movement. We need you to join us in this fight for reproductive justice and commit to putting leaders in office who are going to restore, who are going to expand, and who are going to prioritize our rights throughout the nation. So go to blackrj.org, sign up to be a reproductive justice voter as you head to the polls and the elections both this fall and 2024. And don't think it won't make a difference, because that's what they're depending on. Working together, we can realize reproductive justice. I look forward to seeing you on the front lines in the polls. Peace, love, and power. Thank you.
Representing her home state of Cleveland, Ohio, of the National
Washington. Jesus spoke in parables. If you will, please allow me to speak in a parabolic tone. Jesus predestined a man by the name of Reverend Dr. Professor Al Sharpton to form a movement called National Action Network in 1991. I believe this because he knew that a certain state by the name of Ohio, Ohio, would be subjected to depressors, oppressors, and voter suppressors. God envisioned a 1991 National Action Network modern day civil rights movement, and he gifted it to our earthly angel and hero, the Reverend Honorable Dr. Reverend Al Sharpton. Reverend Al acknowledged and accepted the call of this social justice ministry and used it on Tuesday, August the 8th, 2023. He revived Ohio from a depressive oppression and voter suppression 50+1 majority rule versus 60+1 threatening issue 1 during a special election, with this being the only issue on the ballot. Ohio was revived by God when he sent the wind beneath our wings. From out of nowhere, the Reverend Dr. Professor Al Sharpton used his media platform in his tone, "Not on my watch." MSNBC issue 1 by 38% turnout. I, along with Ohio, came back today as Jesus healed the 10 lepers, only to come back to say thank you, thank you, thank you to Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton. Join the movement.
Let's welcome Executive Director, Common Events, and President of YWCA, Jose Vasquez and Margaret Mitchell.
It's a delight to be here, and I am here standing on the shoulders of Coretta, Dorothy, Helen, and Alexine. I come from a large and bold women's organization, the YWCA, and I am Margaret Mitchell. Children, I come back today to tell you the story of the long, dark way that I had to climb, that I had to know in order that my race might live and grow. Look at my face, dark as the night, yet shining like the sun with love's true light. I am the child they stole from the sand 300 years ago in Africa's land. I am the dark girl who crossed the wide sea, carrying in my body the seed of the... Then I couldn't write. I had nothing back there in the night. Sometimes the road was hot with sun, but I had to keep on. No stopping for me. You see, I was the seed of the coming free, and I nursed the dream that nothing could smother deep in my breast, the Negro mother. I had only hope then, but now through you, dark ones of today, my dreams must come true. All you dark children in that world out there, remember my pain, my sweat, my despair. Remember my years heavy with sorrow, and make of those years a torch for tomorrow. Make of my past a road to the light, out of the darkness, the ignorance, the night. Lift high my banner out of the dust, and stand like free women, supporting my trust. Believe in the right, let none push you back. Remember the whip and the slaver's track. Remember how the strong struggle and strife still bar you the way and deny you life, but march ever forward, breaking down bars, and look ever upward to the sun and the stars. Oh, my dark children, may my dreams and my prayers impel you forever up the great stairs, for I will be with you till no white brother dares to keep down the children of the Negro mother.
Veteran and the organizing director of Common Defense. Also, Brittany Kewington from Dallas, Texas, is a U.S. Air Force veteran, a shop steward for CWA Local 6215, and the co-chair of our newly formed Black Veterans Caucus. We are here today because of leaders like Brittany, who recently came together at the Highlander Center to form our first Black Veterans Caucus. We represent a contingent of dozens of veterans standing right over there, and military family members from across the nation marching today under the Common Defense banner, and tens of thousands more across the country. We stand before you today united in service and the deep commitment to liberty and justice for all people. Common Defense is rooted in a shared history of struggle with the civil rights, labor, and liberation movements of the past. We know that veterans have always been on the front lines of progress. Veterans like Harriet Tubman, Maceo Snipes, Amzie Moore, Medgar Evers, Harry Belafonte, Cesar Chavez, Howard Zinn, Patricia McGinnis, Gilbert Baker, Monica Helms, Dr. Robert Bullard, and so many others served this country both in and out of uniform to make us a more perfect union. Like the theme of today's march, we not only commemorate their powerful legacy of progress, but are continuing to carry the banner of freedom and equity forward, country, from those who would try to divide us. Thank you.
President of Rainbow Push Coalition and pastor of Friendship Baptist Church, hailing from the great state of Texas, let's welcome Reverend Freddie Haynes III.
Thank you. Jay-Z writes, everybody want to be king till shots ring, and you're laying on the balcony with holes in your dream. We've come here 60 years after the drum major for justice artistically articulated his dream after narrating the American nightmare that continues to this day to put holes in the dream of Dr. King. The American nightmare seen in neo-fascism, waging war on a democracy that we have believed in when America didn't believe in it in itself. Holes in our dream. When we see young Jelani Day, 25 years old, killed, suspicious circumstances, and a refusal of the authorities to investigate with competence Jelani Day's death. Please go to the website, Jelani Day Foundation. I stand with his mother, his beautiful family, to say holes are in the dream of Martin King. But yes, in spite of the holes in the dream of Dr. King, we've come to Washington, D.C. to say we're going to use the lessons from the slammer in Bama, throw up the cap signal. And the cap signal says we're going to fight back. We're going to fight the tradition of rep. God bless you.
He is the Executive Director of Japanese American Citizens League, and she is the National Women's Law Center. Let's welcome David Inu and Fatima Goss Graves.
Good morning. 60 years. 60 years ago, the Japanese American Citizens League was the only Asian American organization out here. So first, I want to recognize Todd Endo is the one surviving member of that group out here in the audience today. His family's out here today as well, grandfather down to grandchild. So welcome, Todd. We've already heard from my good friend Kieran from SALDEF, Norman Chen from TAF, but Asian Americans today will be out in force because we know that today is a continuation, not a commemoration. This month is also the 35th anniversary of the Civil Liberties Act of 1988, which offered our government's apology for what our country did to Japanese Americans during World War II. But we are nearly 160 years since the end of the Civil War, and the promise of 40 acres and a mule remains unfulfilled. If we could pass the Japanese American redress 35 years ago, we are long past due for African American reparations. We need our leaders to establish a commission to study the need for reparations and bring racial healing to our country. Now, some might say how the rules apply to you. Yet on the other end of this national mall, we have seen the Supreme Court rule that we no longer need affirmative action, which helped to level the playing field and make up for those imbalances of opportunity. However, despite these so many failures of the courts in recent years to uphold justice, we do still need to keep faith in the system. We do hold hope that those who try to steal elections will still face consequences. Ultimately, We need to make sure that elections are so overwhelming they cannot be stolen. We need to win elections to enact these laws so that everyone has a fair and equal opportunity. So get out and vote, because that is how we will continue to realize the dream of 60 years ago and the dreams that we have for our children today.
Good morning. I'm Fatima Goss-Graves. I'm president and CEO of the National Women's Law Center. The National Women's Law Center was founded 10 years after this historic march. And what a deep, deep honor to stand here today alongside my brothers and sisters in the work and to be on the same steps as Dr. King 60 years later. I have a dream. This is certainly a time in our nation's history where we need to be reminded of our dreams. We need to be reminded of the powerful words that reverberated in August of 1963. And those are the words that have continued to inspire young people across this country to aspire for more. But I want to talk in dollars in their lifetime to the pay gap any longer. It must extend to LGBTQ children and families who are facing unrelenting attacks today. And it must extend to every person in this country who is told that they do not have the right or the ability to control their own body, their lives, or their future. In this month alone, we've seen South Carolina's all-male Supreme Court ban abortion and uphold that abortion ban. We've seen an extremist lawsuit try to shut down Planned Parenthood. And in North Carolina, following 21 other states, they passed a ban on gender-affirming care. But to quote Dr. King, again, now is not the time to take the tranquilizing drug of gradualism. Now's not the time to limit our political agenda to what is deemed reasonable. Dr. King was not deemed reasonable. The change he saw was transformative in our laws, yes, but in our hearts and in our minds. And so I know so many of us, we look around the state of this country today, and maybe you might be worried, and maybe you might be scared, or maybe you might even be sad. And I want to leave you today to what has brought me the greatest joy in this time. It is knowing that our fights today are generational, that I can look at my young kids and I can look at my elders and that we are all here today.
Good morning, I'm Elder Eric Baxter and I'm humbled to participate on behalf of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints in the 60th anniversary celebration of the March on Washington and the inspiring vision of the Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. As members of the Church of Jesus Christ, we express our deep respect and admiration for the Reverend King's courageous pursuit of that sacred obligation we all share to help every member of the human race enjoy the full dignity, the equal opportunity, and the abiding happiness that God desires for each one of us. We are all children of the same God, literally brothers and sisters traveling this mortal journey. President Russell M. Nelson, a global faith leader and current president of the Church of Jesus Christ, reminds us that with this vision of who we truly are, there is room for everyone, and no room for prejudice, condemnation, or contention of any kind. The road may seem long, but Reverend King's dream to transform the jangling discords of our nation into a beautiful symphony of brotherhood will come. It will come one person and one interaction at a time as we manage honest differences of opinion with mutual respect and civil, dignified dialogue. It will come not through compelled conformity, but through conforming to a compelling ideal. Friendship unfeigned despite differences of opinion. And it will come as we walk shoulder to shoulder on the same path in order to secure our identity in each one of us. May we help make that dream a reality. Thank you.
Executive Director of the National LGBTQ Task Force, and Executive Director of Family Equality. Let's welcome Kiara Johnson, Sheila Emerson, and Stacy Stevenson.
Family! I am so thrilled to be with you all here today. My name is Kiara Johnson. I am a daughter of the South, a mother, and the first Black pansexual woman to lead the National LGBTQ Task Force. It is an extreme honor to celebrate the March on Washington's 60th and the task force's 50th anniversaries in the same spot that Audre Lorde spoke from in 1983. The march Bayard Rustin helped organize in 1963. This opportunity is more than a dream realized for me because we all are, the product of our ancestors' wildest dreams. We are marching for will impact generations. This is our country. This is our democracy. And we have everything we need to demand what we deserve and what we want. We deserve a community that affirms and values, celebrates Black trans women instead of one that seeks to eradicate them. We deserve a government that values human rights while uplifting the marginalized and forgotten regardless of immigration status. We deserve a community that invests in the health and well-being of its people and welcomes a society of learning and of love. All people deserve bodily autonomy and liberation that extends across party lines, religion, and the federal and state agencies that our tax dollars fund. We deserve congressional leaders that will pass essential, life-saving, and affirming legislation like the EACH Act, the George Floyd Justice and Policing Act, the John Lewis Voting Rights Act, the Renewing Immigration Provisions Act, and the expansion of civil rights and passing the Equality Act. So today, let us move forward with determination and hope as we honor the legacy of those who paved the way for us. Let's continue to build bridges of
CEO of Family Equality. There are three words that lie at the core of our country and our humanity: love, family, and freedom. Singularly, these words can cause an emotional reaction in the person. You know, it's just something that you feel when you hear those words. It's a knowing, a craving. But when these words are unified and used as our wake-up call, as our anchor, as our North Star, a new movement and awakening can manifest. So today must serve as our awakening, an awakening of our hearts, our bodies, our minds. Today we make a collective commitment to forever drop the illusion of separation. Today we realize that love, family, and freedom is on the line for all of us. So we can no longer look away when one of us is harmed. We can no longer be seduced by the comfort of sameness. We can no longer believe that our plights and fights are separate and unique. That is what the forces of ill will want. They want our separation. They'd rather us be divided than united. So let our new movement begin and solidify today when we all lock arms and say, no more! This is our America too. And to all of you I say, my fight is your fight and your fight is mine. The fight is ours. Our fight is for the Jewish couple who were turned away from adopting because of what they believe. Our fight is for the LGBTQ family who had to flee their home state to find safety. Our fight is for queer families, straight families, gay families, chosen families, all American families.
as LGBTQ+. I love both of my daughters, and I'm a fierce parent of both of them. I'm also a ride or die ally to the LGBTQ+ community. Back home in Philly and across the country, as members of PFLAG are rising up, we're coming together to face down the efforts of those who try to spread fear and divide us. We are together, leading with love. Every person, Black, Indigenous, people of color, transgender, questioning, every person deserves the freedom to be safe, to be their authentic self, and the freedom to thrive. This is what a parent wants for their child, and this is what PFLAG fights for. As the president of the Philadelphia PFLAG chapter, I have seen the best of my community as we lead with love to ensure every LGBTQ+ person is safe, celebrated, affirmed, and loved. We want to celebrate with you. Find your local PFLAG at pflag.org. We have work to do. There is a role and a place for you. Because if you think you don't know an LGBTQ+ person, odds are you do. So join us. Make your community a place where every LGBTQ+ person and family.
The nation's oldest Jewish feminist civil rights organization, an organization that was honored to first join this march 60 years ago. For the Jewish community, this time leading up to our high holidays is one of reflection. This month, we are commanded to recommit to the work of repentance and repair, not only as individuals, but importantly, fundamentally, as a community. Together, we feel the pain of living in a country where gun violence is the leading cause of death for children. Together, we mourn the profound toll of racism, anti-Semitism, Islamophobia, and every form of bigotry. Together, we hold our righteous anger at the judges and legislators who are denying women their bodily autonomy. Not alone, but together, we recognize all the ways that this country has failed to live up to its sacred obligation of justice and equity for all people. But we do not just feel together. As the high holidays compel us to repair, we also act together. As our Kahila Kedosha, our holy community, we draw strength from one another. We remind ourselves that we stand in a long line of people of every race and creed, willing to stand firm for the values we believe in. One force, a rising tide of justice, of equity, of opportunity. Today, arm in arm, side by side, let us recommit ourselves to the painful, difficult, joyful, holy work ahead. Amen.
Hello, my name is Tamika Atkins, and I'm here from Georgia. A Georgia where we lack affordable housing for all, where we have one of the worst disparities in healthcare across the country, and where income inequality runs rampant. And yet, in spite of blatant attacks on our right to vote, we came out and we voted in droves. Despite barriers, Black people showed up and showed out in 2020, 2021, and 2022. And we will continue to do so. And we know that it takes the power of community, of collaboration,
of countless leaders on the ground to continue the fight for jobs and freedom that was started 60 years ago, where brave souls marched on this very ground demanding a better tomorrow. Coretta Scott King reminded us, freedom is never really won. You earn it and win it. Said the arc of the moral universe is long, but it bends towards justice. And as Executive Director of Pro Georgia, I stand alongside 61 organizations who believe that together we can reshape the future, molding it into one of equity, justice, and opportunity for all. And as we commemorate the 60th anniversary on the March on Washington, let us remember that while freedom isn't free, it is within our grasp. As we carry the torch of progress forward, never forget that change, it starts today, tomorrow, and for generations to come. Thank you.
Actress, singer, entertainer, and GLAAD board member, let's welcome Peppermint.
Good morning. It is an honor to stand before you today on behalf of GLAAD. As we remember and honor the lives and legacies of those who forged the path that we walk towards acceptance and equal rights, we would be remiss if we did not also honor and acknowledge the Black LGBTQ history and undergirding of the march. Years before what we would consider contemporary movement for LGBTQ rights, queer people of color were playing instrumental roles in kickstarting other civil rights movements. One of the leading organizers of the first and excellence of LGBTQ people and LGBTQ people of color worldwide, including the multiple Black trans women who have unjustly lost their lives due to hate and fear and ignorance. Black queer people will no longer be rendered silent, invisible, or diminished, because we have always been here. And we will continue to be as we passionately shout along with those in our community and our allies that Black lives matter. And Black queer lives matter. We will not be intimidated into backward mobility, and we will not give up our hard-won progress. We will not back down in the face of increased violence, harassment, or the anti-LGBTQ and anti-Black legislation currently sweeping the nation. We will continue to demand the rights and liberties that we deserve in the country that our ancestors helped build. GLAAD will continue to be a dynamic force shaping the public's cultural attitudes and perceptions of LGBTQ people. And while we are committed to our mission, we cannot achieve it alone. The work is never done, and while the strength and resilience of our communities is boundless, the road ahead is long. Black, queer, and trans people are your sisters, your brothers, your siblings. We are family that I'm speaking of. One of the mantras of today's march is, what you are not changing, you are choosing. So, to anyone who hasn't considered all the ways in which our communities are woven together, I ask you to choose today and every day hereafter to march forward alongside us and champion our collective causes together. To my community, our community, and LGBTQ people and youth everywhere, I see you, I love you, I am with you. Yes, darling. And remember, as hard as they may try, they can't ban Black joy. They can't ban queer joy, and they definitely can't ban Black queer joy. Thank you.
Let's welcome to the stage organizer and national youth leader, Emmett Greenblatt.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Emmett. I am 14 years old, and I am an American Jew. It is such an honor for me to be Yolanda Renee King and the Youth Council to commemorate this historic day. 60 years ago, crucial leaders in the civil rights. You came because you've learned that we can't wait for the politician and traditional leaders. But this isn't just in your hands. It's in the responsibility of my generation as well. And all of us from my generation. We are committed, not just to celebrate what happened here 60 years ago, but to continue the hard work over the next 60 years. You see, I've always thought that it's important and natural to support your friends. And that's why I, as an American Jew, want to be here, alongside all of you that I consider to be my friends, and really my family. In fact, we are all one family, and we are in this together for the next 60 years and beyond. Thank you.
Strategist for Pan-African Orthodox and Ecumenical Faith Engagement at Bread for the World, and he's serving the Temple Sinai from Washington, D.C. Let's welcome Reverend Dr. Angelique Walker-Smith and Rabbi Jonathan Roos.
Good morning, friends. I speak to you today as a Jewish American. 60 years ago, Rabbi Joachim Prinz opened with those words, "We are like Israelites wandering in a wilderness, a winding path through a desert that tries our patience and saps our energy." 60 years on, we see that racism is strong and hatred is rising. The civil rights of Black, Brown, Asian, LGBTQ Americans, women, Jewish people, and all are under relentless attack. So no, we will not celebrate today, but we are here to celebrate what is still a good sign. In my synagogue, just a few miles up the road from here, Temple Sinai of Washington, D.C., our preparations for this weekend's Sabbath services included walking the sanctuary to make sure the candles for worship were in the right place, and to confirm that the evacuation routes in case of an attack on our emergency were also clear. We divided among our clergy team the songs of praise that we would each sing, and who from the team would take which group of people in case of an emergency to make sure we could safely evacuate. And relatively speaking, we have it easier than those who face such threats on a daily basis simply because of who they are on the streets, in their homes, not just in their houses of worship. These are not just dark days, though, my friends. We are not simply stumbling through that wilderness. Look around and greet each other. Meet each other with love and fellowship, and you'll see in each other's eyes a light and a strength that says that racism and discrimination will not succeed, and that is a good sign. When Rabbi Prinz did not succeed, and that is, I guess, 60 years ago, as we just heard from our leaders before me, there were only men speaking from this dais, and LGBTQ folks, including some of the most important leaders. But we are here to continue marching for that dream and to the promised land of its manifestation. And that, my friends, is a good sign. Mazel tov.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Dr. Angelique Walker-Smith, and I serve as Pan-African and Orthodox Faith Engagement Senior Associate at Bread for the World, and I also serve as the World Council of Churches President from North America, representing over 580 million Christians around the world and in 120 countries. For over 15,000 years, indigenous peoples have been living on a place called Turtle Island, often referred to as North America, a name that recognizes America's Vespucci and others who came much later and colonized Turtle Island. Since then, indigenous peoples and African peoples, as well as others, have been disproportionately affected by this legacy. Skilled, unpaid, and torturous labor for centuries still leave the systemic scars of deep wealth, income and production disparities, land loss, hunger, black farmer inequities, and a black maternal health crisis and climate change, for example. But still, both communities have and continue to insist on the power of faith, resiliency, and resolve to claim new and renewed life for generations. But our domestic struggle and celebrations are global. Today, as the year of the founding of our kindred movements, the African Union, the All-Africa Conference of Churches, and the Pan-African Congresses we remember that rejected 1884. Thank you so much for the opportunity. Let us march on till victory is won.
Please welcome General President of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated, Dr. Willis L. Lonzer III.
Good morning, family. Glad to be here in Washington, D.C. as we come together to evaluate another time, 60 years later, to prick the conscience of the United States and the world. Much like our good brother, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., who was a prominent feature of that great movement 60 years ago, the men of Alpha Phi Alpha have arrived again to raise the conscience of the United States. We are interested in healthcare access and healthcare equity as a human right, but we also will continue to elevate voter rights and education and empowerment, that we vote in every election, not just in the general election. We are also here to overemphasize the need for criminal justice reform and for appropriate reform, and interested in making sure that we stand for income inequities and inequality to make sure that all people can live a good life in the United States of America.
She's the International President of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Let's welcome Danette Anthony Reed.
I am Danette Anthony Reed, International President and CEO of Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated. Now we applaud Reverend Al Sharpton and the King family for assembling us here today on this landmark occasion. And we are excited to honor those leaders who convened 250,000 marchers 60 years ago. Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority was there, and we heard about a dream that we might one day sing, "Free at Last." Today, Alpha Kappa Alpha and all the marchers, not in commemoration, but in continuation of that dream. A dream that the founders of our organization marched toward 115 years ago. We continue the march toward the dream of women who work toward women's suffrage. We continue the march as the first group to establish an African American lobbyist group in 1938. The National Nonpartisan Council on Public Affairs. We continue the march as the first sorority to obtain a lifetime membership in the NAACP in 1939. We continue the march as the organization in 1948 established the... We will not allow the dream to be deferred with brazen attempts to take us backwards. We will continue a forward march, advocating for social justice until the dream becomes a reality. As our sorority sister, Coretta Scott King, stated, when you are willing to make sacrifices for a great cause, you will never be alone. Alpha Kappa Alpha is willing, and together we will continue the march to be free at last. Free at last. Free at last!
He is is the Senior Grand Vice Polemarch of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated, and he is the first Vice Grand Basilius of Omega Psi Phi Fraternity. Let's welcome Rob Jenkins and Mark Jackson.
Good morning. My name is Robert Jenkins, Esquire, and I bring you greetings on behalf of the more than 200,000 men of Kappa Alpha Psi Fraternity Incorporated. I have the honor of serving as the Senior Grand Vice Polemarch of this great organization, the men who wear the crimson and cream. Kappa Alpha Psi was born out of a concept of a dream on a campus 20 minutes from the birthplace of the Ku Klux Klan by the bold audacity of our courageous founders and the belief founders and the African-American achievers could unite college men of culture, patriotism, and honor to raise the sights of a people higher than previously imagined. And as we gather together at this historic site to commemorate a march originally held 60 years ago to fight for our equality and to advocate for our civil and economic rights, I'm reminded of the parallels of Kappa's walk and the purpose for which we are gathered. The need still remains the same, and the struggle continues. I believe that history serves many purposes. One of those purposes is to use it to shape the future path forward. We should draw from our history to ask the question, what now? And since you've asked, as we leave this place today, we need everyone here today, all individuals, groups, and organizations that have come from far and near to commit to being united in purpose, to build partnerships and work together to better our communities and advance our causes. Let's seek economic equality that we might earn our own and leave a legacy for future generations to empower our future. Let our leg of this race have the fastest time of movement, and let your efforts of our race be worthy of gold. Thank you.
This is the day that the Lord has made. We will rejoice. We shall rejoice and be glad in it. Good morning, everyone. It's certainly an honor and a privilege to bring greetings on such a momentous occasion. Today we stand here on hallowed ground, not just as members of the Omega Psi Phi Fraternity Incorporated, but as advocates for justice, equality, and the relentless pursuit of a dream. We gather at this historic March on Washington to commemorate the legacy of those who came before us and to reaffirm our commitments to the principles that drive our fraternity: manhood, scholarship, perseverance, and uplift. As we look back at the footsteps that have walked these very streets, we cannot help but draw inspiration from the pioneers of the civil rights movement, including A. Philip Randolph, Congressman John Lewis, the great Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., and our own beloved fraternity brother, Brother Bayard Rustin. In 1963, the March on Washington called for an end to segregation, fair wages, economic justice, voting rights, education, and long overdue civil rights protections. Oddly enough, here in 2023, we are calling for and fighting for some of the same issues. Today is a call to action. The fight for civil rights, the fight for justice and equality is not, and I repeat, is not a spectator sport. We need all hands on deck if we're going to move the needle of social injustice. As I close, if the late Congressman Civil Rights Leader John Lewis were here, I believe he would say,
welcome Elsie Combs and Chris Ray.
I know it's a tall podium. Hopefully we sit. Good morning.
I am Elsie Cacombs, International President and Chair of the National Board of Directors of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. I stand before you in the footsteps of our 22... Thank you. I stand before you today in the footsteps of our 22 illustrious founders who just weeks after our founding marched down Pennsylvania Avenue in the Women's Suffrage Parade, the only Black women's organization to do so. I stand before you in the footsteps of Delta's 10th National President, Dorothy I. Height, honorary members Daisy Bates, the only woman to speak at the 1963 March, and Ruby Dee, the MC. 16th National President, Thelma Thomas Daly, and other women who played pivotal roles in the 1963 March. I stand before you in the footsteps of every Delta woman who has been marching on the front lines and at the forefront for equal rights and justice since our founding in 1913. We know that our fight is far from over, so we are here today to continue our collective efforts to address the fierce urgency. Lewis said, "Get in and stay in the streets of every city, every village, and hamlet of this nation until true freedom comes, until the revolution of 1776 is complete." The revolution is not complete. This march is a continuation, not a commemoration. Let's continue the fight. And remember, when we fight, we win.
Good morning. My name is Chris Trey, International President of Phi Beta Sigma Fraternity Incorporated. In this very spot, a man by the name of A. Philip Randolph, the original organizer of the March on Washington in 1963, a Phi Beta Sigma man once said, when we leave it, it will be to carry on the civil rights revolution home with us to every cranny of our land, and we shall return again and again to Washington in every growing number until total freedom is ours. In this spot, John Lewis, a Phi Beta Sigma man, said, American politics is dominated by politicians who build their careers on immoral compromise and ally themselves with open forms of political, economic, and social exploitation. I stand here today as the international president of this brotherhood of Phi Beta Sigma, as the international trying to rewrite the laws in your states because you are uncomfortable with black history, which is American history. Your ancestors, let me be clear, historically black colleges and universities matter. They will always matter. And until this nation fully recognizes the contributions of this beautiful melting pot called humanity, we will march and we will protest, because this is not the struggle of a day. This is not the struggle of a month. This is a struggle of a lifetime. And the men of Phi Beta Sigma will march on. No justice, no peace.
She is the International President and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, and she is the President of Sigma Gamma Rho Sorority Incorporated. Let's welcome Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant and Rashida S. Liberty.
Good morning, family. My name is Dr. Stacy N.C. Grant, International President and CEO of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, one of the 9 member organizations of the National Panhellenic Council, which collectively represents a century of history and over 2.5 million members of scholars, educators, professionals, and business leaders who serve and educate and uplift our communities daily. Today, we stand with our voices in unison with the National Action Network, the Dirty Conscious, action-oriented organization. Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. said, "Injustice anywhere is a threat to justice everywhere." And we are caught in an inescapable network of mutually tied in single garment of destiny. Whatever affects one directly affects all indirectly. So today, as we raise our voices to protect our democracy and the issues that threaten the rights of all Americans, we have the power to make significant impact on those who come after us. Our collective cry for justice will strengthen our democracy and advance values of equity, inclusion, and social justice. In the light of the growing movement focused on division, confusion, and dismantling decades of progress, we are now going to bend that arc back to justice. As members of Zeta Phi Beta Sorority Incorporated, we will embrace the extraordinary power of SHE, social justice, health justice, economic justice, because we will not sit idly by while a minority of voices attempt to erase the majority of lived experiences in this country. We have a courageous opportunity today to make sure that our present and future generations can drink from the wells that our foremothers and forefathers did without compromise. So as I close, I will stand on a portion of our Black national anthem that reminds us today that God of our weary years, He will guide us through. My friends, no justice, no peace.
That Dr. Martin Luther King stood upon 60 years ago today. It is the same hope and faith that we lean upon and that we manifested justice for George Floyd and our dear sister in Sigma, Sandra Bland. We still say her name. It is the same hope and faith that bear witness to our first Black president and now our first Black female vice president. As we speak hope and faith, we will be remiss to not realize that our hope is being tested. Our faith may be weary in these latter days as we witness a total disregard for history, diversity, thought, and action, equity in laws and rights and inclusion at our workplaces and our educational institutions. Understanding my role as a dedicated leader of 100,000 inducted women globally who adorn the royal blue and gold, and a mouthpiece for those who are voiceless in the communities, I have a simple ask and a call to action. Although we may lean on faith and hope, we cannot forget to do the most important thing, and that is to act. To act is to ensure our children know and respect their history. To act is to bring others on a journey by explaining the impacts. To act is to speak upon things and speak up when they're not right. To act is to pay attention to all names on the ballot. To act is to get in good trouble, as John Lewis so eloquently stated. To act is to vote in 2024. To act is to protect the least of us. One day we want to be able to not only sing, but live the words. Sing a song full of faith that the dark past has taught us. Sing a song full of hope that the present has brought us one day.
National Grand Polaris, Dr. Sean D. Housen, and the bad, bold, and bodacious men of brown and gold of Iota Phi Theta Fraternity Incorporated. Like this March, Iota is celebrating its 60th anniversary this year. Our brotherhood was founded just 1 month after the 1963 March on Washington and 4 days after 4 little black girls were murdered in the bombing of the 16th Street Baptist Church in Birmingham, Alabama. We are the fraternal expression of the civil rights movement. Today, we come before you not to engage in sentimentality, but with a sense of purpose and conviction. What we do today is important, but symbolic. The question is, what will you do tomorrow? What happens when you return home? What will you do? 60 years ago, those that gathered in this very spot were confronting America's original sin, white supremacy. Today, we stand in the same spot and battle America's persistent sin, white supremacy. Yet there are those in this country who belittle any claim for justice as woke, when the truth is that America has been comatose. It has been a lifeless, soulless vessel masquerading as a democratic nation. Today, our enemy is not white, black, brown, immigrant, women, or LGBTQ. It is white supremacy, whether it comes in white face, brown face, or even black face, Clarence Thomas Tim Scott. It is time to stop playing the part and to be the part. It's time.
Good morning. I am Ethel Isaacs Williams, and I am the National President of the Links Incorporated and the Links Foundation. 60 years ago, I was born a Negro to a Baptist preacher and an English teacher. And I'm very proud to say that my birth certificate says Negro, because it reminds us of just how far we've come. But yet, it challenges us that there is still work to do. And in the words of our United States Vice President, Kamala Harris, who is our member of the Links Incorporated, has said over and over, if you know what we're standing for, then you're going to know what to fight for. So we will continue the fight, because 60 years ago, this historic March on Washington, the Links were also a part. And I'm so proud to be coming behind the Divine Nine, because many of our members, myself included, are also members of the Divine Nine. Our connecting links are part of the Divine Nine. And all of us are part of the human race. So I say to you that since our inception in 1946, for 77 years, we are not new to the struggle, we are true to the struggle. And we know what must be done, for we have been the hand that's rocked the cradle and has ruled the world. We will continue to register people to vote, and on the tomorrow, we will continue to do all those things that are needed to ensure that justice rains down like a mighty stream. And I will say, God would be easy, but I know God brought us. He brought us, but He didn't bring us this far to leave us. God bless you.
She is the President and General Secretary of the National Council of Churches, and he, a prolific academic, author, ordained minister, and host. Let's welcome Bishop Vashti McKenzie and Reverend Dr. Michael Eric Dyson.
Praise the Lord, everybody. I'm Bishop Vashti Murphy McKenzie, the President and General Secretary of the National Council of Churches. When are we going to say that enough is enough? How much mess are we willing to take on a daily basis to handle what we have to handle in the neighborhood, at home, in the parking lot, and even in church? Increasingly, it is unsafe to be black and brown anytime, anywhere in America. When are we going to say that enough is enough? This is more than just a season on us. This is an all-out war against us. It's a struggle every day to maintain our personhood in a country that works every day to undermine and destroy who we are. People feel they have a right to erode our rights, basic rights, all of them, making a mockery out of democracy. Our diversity is a threat, not a gift. Our history, democracy, is on life support. This is the time. This is the hour to push for legislative policy reforms. Vote out those who want and vote in those who will. This is the time. This is the hour to enact and enforce legislation that targets systemic racism. This is the time to promote economic parity. We may not start out all at the same time, but with access to opportunity and resources, we can all cross the line together. This is the time for increased voting rights protection. But voting is still a sacred act and our greatest nonviolent protest. This is the time, and this is the hour. We must want it more than they want it to take away from us. We must have the will to lead and not just react. We must have the will to find ways to pool our resources and human capital. We must create our own platforms, tell our own story. We must be able to take the necessary risk to speak up for what is right and speak up when it's wrong. We must reset the moral compass of a nation. Now is the time. Now is the hour. The future is in your hands. Let's press on till victory is won.
Sometimes all you got to do is show up. You ain't got nothing. We will not be dissuaded. We ain't going nowhere. Bring your chair. Bring your insight. Bring your hope. Bring your love. Bring God. And like Beyonce said, we gonna mess something up tonight.
President and CEO of Southern Poverty Law Center, let's welcome Margaret Huang.
Good morning, friends. Good morning, defenders of democracy. It is great to see you all here this morning. My name is Margaret Huang, and I am honored to serve as President and CEO of the Southern Poverty Law Center. It is hard to believe that 60 years ago, hundreds of thousands of people gathered on these same grounds and changed the course of history. People from all walks of life who refused to stay silent against injustice, who refused to wait for freedom any longer, who refused to accept any more hollow excuses from elected leaders for their inaction on civil rights. Because of those activists' courage, laws changed. Doors that had been shut for centuries began to open, and new powerful tools emerged to fight racial discrimination. But now those hard-won victories, they're more than the right to vote. They're targeting fair representation, our ability to elect candidates from our communities who represent our interests and demand investment in our communities. Black, brown, and Native communities that have for too long been starved of resources. The results have been devastating for our democracy. And you know what? This is all by design. As they try to dismantle our democracy step by step, state and local officials in the South and beyond are denying people's bodily autonomy. They're criminalizing the unhoused. They're attacking LGBT folks. They're blocking communities from accessing safe air and drinking water. And they're rewriting history and erasing the stories, experiences, and contributions of Black people. These campaigns against our ballots, our bodies, our school books, they are all connected. When our right to vote falls, all other civil and human rights can fall too. But we're here today to say not on our watch. There is extraordinary work happening on the grounds across the South and the country to save our fragile democracy. In fact,
Professor of Jewish Studies at Dartmouth College and the daughter of Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, and LGBTQ activists, let's welcome Susanna Heschel and Alan Roscoff.
I come to speak to you as an American Jewish woman and as the daughter of Rabbi Heschel. Today is Women's Equality Day, and today is Shabbat, the Jewish Sabbath. It's a day of peace and joy. It's a foretaste of redemption, the era of justice and peace that Dr. King dreamed about. But without justice, we have no peace. Without the right to vote, we are not citizens. Dr. King taught us we must redeem America from its anger and hatred, and redeem God from the cruelty, racism, and mendacity of those who falsely claim God is on their side. The prophet Jeremiah warned them, "What will you do when the judgment day comes?" The Bible teaches that God is manifest in justice. As the daughter of a refugee from Hitler's Europe, I want America open to all refugees. I thank Dr. King for bringing us as Jews into his beloved community, for lifting the Hebrew Bible that every day may be a Sabbath of peace and justice. Shabbat Shalom.
Good afternoon. My name is Alan Roscoff, and I'm co-author of the nation's first gay rights bill, 1970. And I'm here to celebrate our joining together to fight for our rights. All of us need to work together. I'm also here to talk about O'Shea Sibley, a black gay man who was killed a few weeks ago at a gas station in Brooklyn. And his crime was simply that he was gay. He was dancing to a Beyonce song while celebrating a friend's birthday. Stabbed to death. A few days ago, Laura Ann Carleton, who owned a store, a fashion store in California, and she had a gay pride flag out in front of the store. She was knifed in the heart and killed. Why? Because she was an ally of the LGBTQ community. She was a 66-year-old mother of 9 children, and she was stabbed to death. There are 5 patrons of an LGBT club in Colorado that also within the last few weeks were killed. We introduced the nation's first gay rights bill. There was bigotry, and there was hatred, and there was misunderstanding. But we had come a long way, a very long way, including getting same-sex marriage. But we are going backwards now. Headlines in today's Times, headlines in today's Times was that there's no longer youth-ended medication for children. Let's work together. Let's get rid of the hate for all of us. Thank you. Power to the people.
But again, it's ironic that Shelby is that we've got to still go back now and amend and fix and get the government.
Please welcome Anti-Defamation League, Washington, D.C. Regional Director, Meredith Wiesel, and Anti-Defamation League Senior Director of Advocacy, Ms. Shira Goodman.
Wow, what a powerful sight out here. It is truly an honor and privilege to be with you all. I'm Meredith Wiesel, the Regional Director here in our nation's capital. And unfortunately, we have no shortage of anti-Semitism, hate, and extremism. No shortage of anti-swastikas reported at a school, or an anti-Semitic or racial slur is said in a hallway or shouted out at a car at someone walking to synagogue. Form of hate. And be successful, we must fight it all. We need allies, and we need to be allies. Hate is a progressive process that can be interrupted. There is no magic wand we can wave to undo the irreparable harm that we are seeing anti-Semitism and hate cause. But we can stand up to it by establishing a multi-layer approach with our government, our schools, and the community at large. We have the power to listen, to learn, to teach, that even in the face of rising bigotry, we can draw strength from each other, shine a light of hope. Remember to lift yourself up every day. Lift others up every day. remember that even though hate is showing up here at home, we can do something about it. We can be part of the solution. Good morning. I'm Shira Goodman, Senior Director of Advocacy at the ADL. In a time of rising hate and extremism, one thing is certain: we cannot go it alone. That is what has always guided ADL's work. We must act together. Look at all the organizations and communities that have come here to say the work is far from finished, the fight is not nearly over, but we are on this path together. Those who seek to block access to freedom, to harm, and to hurt, they aim to divide us. Their goal is to isolate and weaken us. Only when we join together to forward is forward together. Thank you. And don't forget to recycle your water bottles.
Please welcome President and CEO of Global Black Economic Forum, Alfonso David.
Good morning. My name is Alfonso David. I am the President and the CEO of the Global Black Economic Forum, which is a global enterprise that is focused on advancing the economic interests of the Black diaspora and other marginalized groups. Greetings to the Reverend Al Sharpton, to the National Action Network, to the King family, and others. Dr. Martin Luther King once said that America may have freed the slaves in 1863 through Emancipation Proclamation, but gave the slaves nothing to get started. At the very same time, the country was giving away millions of acres of land in the West and the Midwest to white people. The message was clear: economic opportunity for white people, nothing for black people who came here in chains, whose family give free labor to this nation for more than 244 years. Emancipation meant freedom, yet in some sense, one set of chains was replaced with another. We need everyone here today, everyone watching, to understand that the keys to our freedom are jobs, education, income equality, community investment, and generational wealth. Now, although some at the highest levels of power have the audacity to suggest that we have achieved success, that we are at a place of race neutrality, the evidence shows the direct opposite. The evidence shows that we are going backwards. In 1963, the wealth gap between black and white was 8-to-1. Today, 60 years later, it is 12-to-1. Which is why the Global Black Economic Forum is part of a robust legal team, including Gibson Dunn, to defend the Fearless Fund. 2 black women who were sued for providing support and resources to other women of color. This is despite the fact that women of color are denied opportunities and funding at alarming rates. We are defending them in court to protect the progress that we have made in law and the promise of economic opportunity and real freedom. Which is also why today I'm announcing that the Global Black Economic Forum has convened 13 national economic justice and social justice organizations and leaders, including the National Convene Network. So we have to keep climbing to honor the struggles of the past and the promise of our future. And although there are some days that it may seem daunting and challenging, we cannot despair. We will reach that mountaintop someday. We have defied the odds before, and believe me so, we will continue to do so. Thank you.
Let's hear from Don Collins and Rabbi Myers, victims of hate.
Today, as I stand on the legacies of those who came before me, I too take up space and hold firmly to my truth. I am an American. I am a patriot. And my son, Lieutenant Collins, was third-generation military serviceman. In 2021, over 10,000 hate crime incidents were reported nationally. That statistic became a reality for my family twice in the past 3 generations. My sons and the past man at Bowie State University, a historically black college and university producing exceptionally good scholars. He was murdered. The world will know my name. We are keeping that promise. We have the power to provide justice for those who are no longer with us, those who remain and generations to come. Help us keep Lieutenant Collins' spirit and patriotism alive by supporting his foundation and those left behind to carry the burden of our loved one's legacy. Join us at richardcollins.org. Survivors, we can move from helplessness to empowerment. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Jeffrey Myers, and I'm the rabbi of Tree of Life Congregation in Pittsburgh. On October 27, 2018, a gunman entered our building during Sabbath services, massacred 11 Jewish worshipers, injured 2 more, as well as 5 police officers. I was there. I have the unenviable position of being a survivor of the worst anti-Semitic attack upon the Jewish community in the United States ever, and a pastor to a wounded congregation. In the aftermath of the attack, people of all colors, religions, and sexual orientations responded with a loving embrace. For that, I will be forever grateful. The experience reinforced for me the importance of showing up for each other. My community has been made or shake his head in disgust while proclaiming loudly to America that we have failed to fulfill our moral duties to one another as fellow human beings who were created b'tselem Elohim, in God's image. How long until the promissory note given to all people of this country is fulfilled? Like all gathered here, I too still dream of the day that the core promise of our country will be met. The prophet Amos, a favorite of Dr. King's, wrote, "But let justice well up like water, righteousness like an unfailing stream. May these waters flow over this entire land, washing away the evils of hatred, so that the shine of civility may become blinding in its intensity. Of this I still dream." Shabbat Shalom.
Representing the DC statehood, let's welcome to the stage Janice Lewis George.
Thank you.
Good morning, brothers and sisters. I join you on this stage. I join a worker, the granddaughter of a school cafeteria worker, the great-granddaughter of a domestic worker, and as a third-generation Washingtonian. 1862, to the civil rights movement that overtook our streets in sacred protests, to the everyday resilience of our people. Our city has been a crucible of determination and strength through the centuries. home of historically black colleges and universities like the Howard University, home to the first black sorority, Alpha Kappa Alpha Sorority Incorporated, and so many others. But as I stand here before you today, the 700,000 residents of the District of Columbia continue to be denied our fundamental right to full representation and self-governance. Outside the walls of Congress, there is a city of people who labor, who pay taxes, who serve our country, and who have answered the call to lay down their lives for this nation. Outside of what is considered Washington, D.C., considered Washington is a vibrant D.C. chocolate city, a place where people love go-go music, half smokes, and mumbo sauce. A city defined by music, culture, and community. We, the people of D.C., have always been denied what is guaranteed to Americans in every state of the Union. Our voices are systemically marginalized by our lacking a vote of representation. The subjugation of disenfranchisement of DC is no oversight. It is an intentional assault on democracy by those who would rather silence and control a predominantly black city than to see its people breathe free and determine their own destiny. It is undisputable. DC statehood is a racial justice issue and one of the most urgent civil rights priorities of our time. The civil rights leader, Fannie Lou Hamer, reminds us, nobody is free until everybody is free. DC residents are not free. So as we march together in unity and faith, I ask you to stand with us in our struggle for DC statehood. And let our collective dream of justice and liberty for all manifest in statehood for the District of Columbia. Thank you.
Let's welcome Director of National Action Network from the great state of Michigan, Reverend Charles Williams.
All right, no justice. No justice. What do we want? When do we want it? All right, we here 60 years later. 60 years later. After urban uprisings, boycotts, marches, sit-ins, freedom rides, and electoral participation, we came back. What we want is a competent, accountable, competent police in our neighborhoods. What we want is fair access to economic opportunity and contracts. What we want is access to quality education, to give our children a handout, not a handout. What we want is health equity and the end to health disparities. What we want is relief on student loans like we gave to the banks and the insurance companies in 2009. We want a seat at the table. Repeat after me, we want a seat. We want a seat at the table. And if we don't get it, we're going to grab our folding chair and continue to beat down poverty, inequity, and injustice. No justice.
President and CEO of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference and presiding bishop, Northeastern Episcopal District, AME Zion Church. Let's welcome Charles Still and Bishop Dennis V. Proctor.
Free politics. You must understand that you must hold our elected officials accountable. You must understand that no man is an island. We must understand that we are in this thing together. The diameter of your mind is determined by the circumference of your environment. You must realize it's your socialization of folks who are not afraid. Scared folks can't lead nothing, but they can set you up and get you killed. You can't be afraid and say you fighting for justice. We must be fired up, and we must stay fired up. We must always realize that many a people has paid the price for us to be free. I'm not here to sugarcoat nothing. What's wrong with America is racism, and you need to call it like it is. It's the transatlantic African slave trade. America has never been freed from that. And can't no politics free you. You got to free politics. Woo, somebody. It was politics. It was politics that brought about the transatlantic African slave trade. How in the world can America act like they are innocent? America is guilty for economic deprivation, for the quality of life, for health care. It ain't no foreigner, it's America.
I'm Bishop Dennis V. Proctor of the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church. I'm honored to be here today because I was here 60 years ago when my father was up here and I was out at the reflecting pool. What a difference a legacy can make. The Lincoln Memorial behind us, we had a lot of speakers, so let me just teach a little bit and then I'm out. The Lincoln Memorial was dedicated in 1922 in front of an entirely segregated audience. Nothing of Lincoln's emancipation of the millions of black people from the institution of slavery was even mentioned. The theme of that age was parades and parties. It took 4 years for an organization to find the value of using this structure as a place of demonstration. That organization was the African Methodist Episcopal Zion Church in 1926. I stand today in that legacy of freedom fighters and freedom movers, Frederick Douglass, Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, all bastion leaders of the AME Zion Church. And today our pledge is not to let the movement die, but to continue until victory is won. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, if you are volunteering as
America was built on the power of protest, on moments when our voices launched movements.
My father, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr., challenged America to live up to its promise for all of us, to recognize that every voice deserves to be heard.
But now, some are trying to silence us.
So it's time to get louder.
That's why today we have to march.
Raise our voices.
To cause a little good trouble.
And make this country live up to its promise for all Americans. Your voice is your power.
The time to use it is now.
singer and award-winning actress, Miss Melba Moore. Hallelujah. Chairman of the Board, National Action Network, let's welcome Reverend Dr. W. Franklin Richardson.
Could not go back to what we've been. We'll go forward to take over and to be all that God has intended for us to be. There's a passage in Jeremiah, real quickly, it says, Jeremiah is talking about the conditions of Israel. And he says, the harvest is past, the summer's ended, and we are not saved. That is the predicament of African Americans in this country today. We fought in the fight. The harvest has come. The nation is built on our backs. We've come through great difficulties and great hardships. And we've had legislation passed. We've had marches. We've had achievements. We now have 60 people in the Congress. But the harvest is past, meaning that the time we fulfilled our purpose happened. And then there came the time of the second harvest. And we still, African Americans, are not saved. This nation was built on our investment, built on the backs of African Americans, African people, built in sacrifice, blood, sweat, and tears. And the harvest came after our investment. But the plantation owners, those who gathered the harvest, kept all of the harvest for themselves and never distributed. You take our economics, every aspect, we're at the bottom. But we're not going to. We're not going to stay there because another generation is rising to build upon the generations before us. And not only is another generation rising, we're linking arms with others who are oppressed. Because our oppression is a disease that is not containable. You cannot be discriminatory on one people and think that that will not show up in all segments of the society. And therefore, we are all here because we all have an investment in this nation turning and living up to its possibilities. So I ask you, let us leave here determined to not let the fire go out.
Melba Moore.
Determined to be engaged.
Over there.
Determined to rise to the moment. Martin King said it this way. Ralph Waldo Emerson said in 1871, if you can build a better mousetrap than your neighbor, even if you build your house in the woods, the world will make a beaten path to your door. And this becomes increasingly true. We must not set out to be just a great Negro doctor or Negro lawyer. What we do, we've already flunked the matriculation examination into the University of Integration. Martin went on to say, if it falls your lot to be a sweet street, we're going out in sweet streets. Sweet streets like Shakespeare wrote poetry. Sweet streets like Beethoven composed music. Sweet streets like the marble maker. Sweet streets so well that the whole host of heaven and earth will pause and say, here lived the great street sweeper who swept his job well. If you can't be a pine on the top of the hill, be a shrub in the valley. If you can't be the main road, be the path. If you can't be the sun, be a star. For it ain't by size that you win or you fail, but be the best of whatever you are. Get together, get together.
60 years ago, worked tirelessly to help make this moment possible. In words penned decades ago by my father, comrade of Dr. King, faith and civil rights leader, Reverend Dr. William Augustus Jones Jr., blacks in America still today have freedom without finance and access without assets, which is tantamount to existence without equity. 160 years after slavery, 60 years after the March on Washington, and still these words ring true. Today, unemployment for black Americans has hit record lows, but black persons equally educated and experienced still earn significantly less than their white counterparts. Black women are the most educated group in the United States, yet many are denied fair wages and their worth. And with lower pay comes higher debt, all but ensuring the average black family's inability to save and build wealth. With these and numerous other systemic barriers working together, today 1 in 3 black children lives in poverty, compared to less than 1 in 10 white children. 60 years ago, Dr. King and movement leaders understood that racism is the most effective tool for upholding an unjust capitalist system. That's why they marched on Washington for jobs and freedom. Reverend Sharpton, Andrea, and Martin Luther King III, they understand that 60 years ago, the burden bearers. We now are the burden bearers. And ending economic injustice is our burden. It's our responsibility. Together we can. May God order our steps.
She is the Youth Huddle co-founder and chair, accompanied by National Action Network Youth and College Division Leadership and National Youth Leader and Organizer. Let's welcome Ashley Sharpton, Usman Diallo, Felipe Dosa, and Deanna Burton.
Greetings. My name is Deanna Burton, and I am a member of the hard-working Kappa Epsilon chapter of Delta Sigma Theta Sorority Incorporated. If we were to trace the path of modern activism, I'd start 60 years ago, where leaders like A. Philip Randolph and Bayard Rustin organized the first March on Washington amidst the Jim Crow era, with hundreds of thousands of individuals joined from across the nation. They bore witness to Dr. King's impassioned call to action. As I gaze upon you all gathered here today, I see thugs disguised as patriots have attempted to interfere with the peaceful transition of power. Books are being rewritten, teachers and writers are on strike, students are being gunned down, racial tension is on a rise, and young people are being silenced, and time is running out. We face a dangerous erosion of the progression and knowledge that we have created, threatening the very foundation that a just society is built on. As we stand on this ground, echoing the activists and their legacy who came before us, let us be the force that reshapes the narrative of our time. Together, we hold the power to mend the fabric of our nation and make oppression non-existent. Today, we draw strength from the diverse tapestry of backgrounds assembled here as we heed the call for unity, equality, and justice. Let our actions be a testament that echoes for generations to come. Let us rise to the challenge, emboldened by the urgency of our mission, knowing that a future built upon truth, equality, and compassion is within our grasp. Our response to these challenges need to be unwavering, a commitment to preserving accurate knowledge, protecting women's rights, empowering students and young people like the individuals behind me, and advocating for the
They're battered with an education system that is rewriting history, that is so expensive that we are taking lifetime census loans. One that is also affecting affirmative action. With gun violence as the leading death of young people, many of us are just trying to make it to adulthood. We have a planet that is overheating, that is leaving our health in question. And I still haven't talked about the mental health issues, job securities, and many more. Now, of course, we are in a better place. You see, I do stand on the shoulders of greatness. I stand in the same spot as one of the most honorable Morehouse brothers, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. I stand with one of the leaders of the civil rights movement, the Reverend Al Sharpton. I stand with greatness and excellence in this movement. Now, it's time for me to ask you a second question. What can we do for the youth of America now? Well, I say look around you. We organize young people from all over, specifically at HBCUs like Clark Atlanta, Howard, and so much more. Ask them around you. Let them know that you could join the movement, you could join National Action Network, and work together. We also created a youth and college policy agenda, and we can talk a little bit about the acts that we want to push. For example, the Strength and Diversity Act, which provides federal funding to support diversity in our elementary and middle schools. The Mental Health Service for Students Act, which provides federal funding for on-site mental screening, treatments, and outreach programs. There's so much more. As the Youth and College Director of National Action Network, I know that change is possible. Together, we can build bridges between communities, create understanding where there is confusion, and unite a fire of change that will...
Because so much has changed since 1963. We have black elected officials across the country, and even had our first black president. We have black millionaires, movie directors, athletes, doctors, business people, and have excelled in every industry. 6 decades ago, there were no female speakers at the march, and there was no social media to help amplify our voices. As my father, Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton, often says, we've come a long way, but our work is far from over. Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. once said that America had given black Americans a check for equality that was marked insufficient funds in the Bank of Justice. Reverend Sharpton often reminds us in National Action Network that in 1963, they came to Washington to make it plain that the check for equality had bounced. We're here today in 2023 to be clear, that debt must be paid. We came to the Lincoln Memorial because Lincoln made a promise, as Rev often says. We didn't go to the Jefferson because he didn't promise us anything. But Lincoln made a promise. And the ancestors must have gave him forewarning because we can't see Lincoln today. I think he's hiding. Nevertheless, we're here in front of Lincoln because those promises must be fulfilled. A lot of times we say that we are our ancestors' wildest dream. We've heard many speakers today say that. And we are in every sense. But we can't allow their sacrifices and their fight for equality to have been in vain. Voting rights are being taken away in states around the country, and the John Lewis Voting Rights Act must be reconstructed and enacted into law. The highest court in the land dismantled Roe v. Wade and women's right to bodily autonomy. The Supreme Court also made it easier to discriminate against the LGBTQ+ community. We outside to push for progress, but we know we need to get inside to make change. We know we need to get inside to turn demonstration into legislation. We got to shake up the makeup of the Supreme Court. We need to get student debt relief for all. We need to get inside and teach young people about history and education. I'm so proud National Action Network's Youth and College Division, under the organizing efforts of Ousmane Diallo and Felipe Dosa, organized students from 32 schools from around the nation, because we must empower the next generation together. This summer, my sister and I went with our dad to South Carolina to rediscover our own roots. We visited the plantation where my great-great-grandfather Coleman Sharpton was enslaved. We stood on the ground where our forefathers worked tirelessly without any rights or liberty. Many of our families were outside on the plantation. But now it's our time to get inside and keep making change from within. We've come a long way. We are our ancestors' wildest dreams. But the fight for justice and equality continues. We're in this together, and the only way we keep moving forward is if we move in unison. I'm honored to stand here today with all of you representing a diverse coalition of various ethnicities, religions, gender identities, the young, the elderly, and people from all backgrounds as we show a united front against those who want to take us back to a time when we have fewer rights. Together we say, not on our watch. Together we say, not on our watch. Together we say, not on our watch. Forward ever, backwards never. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. No justice, no peace. Thank you very much.
Peace and blessings, brothers and sisters. I proudly serve as the National Youth and College Field Director. We are gathered here today, despite our obvious differences, for a common purpose. A purpose towards justice and freedom. And to our young people, this is why it's important that we recognize this is not a mere commemoration, that we realize this is a continuation of a struggle to bend the arc of our moral universe towards justice. Nelson Mandela once said, young people are capable, when aroused, of bringing down the towers of oppression and raising the banners of freedom. So to that I say it's time. It is time that we show up like we did in the midterms of 2022 and said no way to a red wave. It's time that we show up and stand up as we did in 23 for the Tennessee 3, when 3 legislators protested for common sense gun laws and 2 of them happened to be black and those 2 were expelled. And it's time that we prepare for 2024 and organize for 44, because our fight is long. So when I say we shall, you say overcome. We shall. We shall. When I say no justice, you say no peace. No justice. No peace. No justice. No peace. When I say black lives, you say matter. Black lives. Matter. Black lives. Matter. This here, brothers and sisters, have been some of the great rallying calls for our people from the march in 63, where we marched for the same access to jobs, justice, and freedom our counterparts had, to 23, where we are demanding they restore and expand those same rights. This here is about building the bridges of our movement, bridging the gaps of the movement and filling the cracks so we can nurture the roses that grew from concrete. Because we came together. I'm honored to be here because I know that I'm here because there was a Civil Rights Act. I'm here because there was a Voting Rights Act. I'm here because there was an affirmative action program that gave me a shot. And we're here to say we're going to fight for affirmative action. We're going to stand up for the notion that every one of us deserve equal opportunity. Every one of us deserve to live the dream. You know, some 250 years ago, our forefathers, they weren't mine, but, you know, they were the nation's forefathers. They talked about all men being created equal. Well, obviously, they were only talking about men and only white men of property. And ever since then, we've been fighting to create a more perfect union. We've been fighting to say to America, we're here. We want to participate. We want to dream like the rest of you. We want a fair and just society. And so we're here today to say that poverty is not an accident, as Nelson Mandela once said. It's man-made. And that means it's a choice, and a choice that we need to make. I live in a state, 4th largest economy in the world in California, with the highest effective poverty rate in America. We live in a country richer than any country in the history of the world. And yet, es un honor estar aquí con ustedes. Entiendo que estoy aquí porque había un movimiento de derechos civiles. Estoy aquí porque había los derechos de votar. Estoy aquí porque había un programa de acción afirmativa que me dio la oportunidad de ir a la universidad. Y entendemos, vamos a hacer en English, y entendemos que el papel de primero no es golpear tu pecho y decir soy tan único.
el papel primero es abrir la puerta para los demás. And so I'm honored, like we all are, to be here, because the role of the first is not to bang on your chest and say how great I am. The role of the first is to open up the rest. God bless you. No justice? No justice? Gracias.
Let's welcome Anti-Defamation League inaugural Rabbinic Fellow, Rabbi David Wolf.
3,000 years ago, there was a man who was a master of dreams. His name was Joseph, and when he was a child, he had a dream that the stars and the sun and the moon bowed down to him, and he told his brothers about this dream, and they hated him for it. And I want to describe that dream to you with a simple story. There was a boy named Hugo Grin who grew up to be a rabbi in England, but when he was a child in Auschwitz in a concentration camp. In 1944, the worst place in the world, a place of death and destruction and cruelty and horror. And it was the middle of the winter and bitter cold. And he was there with his father, and his father took the margarine ration and used it to light the candles of the winter festival of Hanukkah. And Grin said to his father, "How can you do this? This is our food. This is what we live on." And his father told him something that he never forgot. He said, "My child, we have learned that you can live for 3 weeks without food. You can go for 3 days without water, but you cannot live for 3 seconds without hope." And that's why we're here. Because whatever the conditions are that together we have faced, in whatever places, at whatever times, we have never, ever given up hope. We still believe in the promise of this moment and of this place. That anti-Semitism, racism, all sorts of hatred and bigotry, that it can be overcome. That is the dream and that is the hope. As the Talmud says, you don't have to finish, as the Talmud says on it. And so I want to express the dream in the words of an ancient prophet to each other. We can hear the echoes and the promise of that dream again. Thank you.
Senior Fellow, Shalom Hartman Institute, founder and co-director of Muslim Leadership Initiative. Please welcome Abdullah Antepli.
Good morning and assalamu alaikum. Peace and blessings be upon you all. I bring the regards and the greetings of many, many Muslim Americans, majority of whom are African Americans. Islam, through our African American brothers and sisters, has been part of American story from day one. You have and you will hear many members of the African American Muslim community today and beyond today. I would like to, in this 2 minutes, highlight 2 major tricks of evil. Evil never runs out of tricks, but the 2 most successful ones is evil convinces us that it doesn't exist. It finds its way to deceive us because there are no visible signs, symbols, and rituals of racisms of evil. Our job, especially if and when, to recognize racism when there are no racists, when there are no burning crosses, when there are no robes, when there are no other elements, problem. Homophobia is a gay problem. Islamophobia is a Muslim problem. Anti-Semitism is a Jewish problem. It divides us. It says black church is different than black mosques. It divides us, weakens us. If we assign these forms and manifestations of hate to particular communities, and if we don't understand that this is one big cancer, one big evil that we all people of all faith or no faith, people of any background, we have to form a united moral front and fight racism if and when, especially if and when it doesn't seemingly visible and apparent to us, and when it tries to us together in one force. Thank you, and inshallah we will destroy these two and every other forms of tricks of division, racism, disunity, and we will come back in the spirit of the 60th anniversary of the march. Thank you, and may God Almighty bless you. Assalamu alaikum.
President of Planned Parenthood and President of Sister Song, let's welcome Alexis McGill Johnson and Monica Simpson.
Thank you to all the organizers of today's march. Thank you, Nam. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton and the King family for your vision, your leadership, your commitment to honoring the dream. I am proud to stand here before you as only the second Black president and CEO of Planned Parenthood Federation of America and the Planned Parenthood Action Wade stripped us of our freedom to control our own bodies. But reproductive rights and civil rights groups came together because we know we can't get free unless we control our own bodies, our lives, and our futures. We know that the same states that are banning abortion rights are also blocking our ballots. We know that we are stronger together, bolder together, and that our arms must be linked because our fates and our freedoms are intertwined. We know that we are in a moment, one that is several generations long. But you and we are the momentum. Together, old and young, when we organize in our churches and on our campuses, on our barbershops and our beauty salons, on TikTok and on Zoom, we will still be in these streets. We will still be marching and voting and being unapologetic and unafraid and unstoppable. We know that today's fight is not about today. It is about tomorrow. It is about what the next generation is going to learn, who gets to represent them and who controls their bodies. And we know we have the power right now. We have the power in 2024. We have power that the other side is terrified of. We know that we have the power to bury the Jim Crow relic of the filibuster so we can move forward legislation to guarantee our right to freedom and our right to vote. We know we have the right to be able to elect the people who stand for reproductive freedom and justice, and we know that the fight is going to be long. It took 80 years to get from Seneca Falls to women's suffrage. It took 50 years to get from Stonewall to legalize gay marriage. 600, can you say that? We must fight for freedom. We must fight for justice. It will take all of us to get to the other side. My name is Monica Simpson. I am the Executive Director of Sister Song. We are the National Women of Color Reproductive Justice Collective. And I stand here today standing on the shoulders of Black Southern women freedom fighters. I stand on the shoulders of Black queer feminists. I stand on the shoulders of the Black women who created the reproductive justice movement in 1994 to center our experiences, our needs, and to deepen our understanding that we have to ensure that we are fighting for a holistic future and vision. They told us that we have the human rights to be able to have the children that we want in the ways that we want, to be able to end pregnancies without shame but with dignity, to be able to parent our children in healthy and safe environments. Y'all, this work is deeply rooted in our ability to have bodily autonomy and to make our own decisions about our families, our bodies, and our futures. Do y'all feel me today, good people? It has become evident that our work must be intersectional. It must be a collective effort. The fall of Roe made it absolutely clear that our fight for reproductive justice is directly linked to racial justice, is directly linked to civil rights, is directly linked to economic justice, is directly linked to environmental justice. We can't do this work without our faith people. We can't do this work without our everyday folks, y'all. This work is urgent. Let's push our buttons on those polling stations because it is going to be our decision about who steps into power. With all that is going on today, this work of reproductive
reproductive justice is so important to me. And I know the work that all of you here are doing is so important to you. And I love each and every person that's committed to this fight for liberation. So I'm gonna ask you today, are y'all willing to do this work to win? Because I believe that we will win. Do you believe that we will win? I believe that we will win. Peace and blessings to you all. The doors of the movement is open. Make your way in and find your place to do the work. Peace and blessings, everyone.
Coming to the stage is founder of Keeping It Sacred and American filmmaker, Second Lady of New York. Let's welcome Rabbi Heather Miller and Lacey Schwartz Delgado.
I'm Rabbi Heather Miller, and I'm the founder of The Multitudes. And in the course of my DEI work, I was once asked if there were times in my life when my Black and Jewish identities are at odds and times when they are in harmony. So often in the world of social justice, when we talk about Black and Jewish unity, we call upon images of Reverend Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. and Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel marching together 60 years ago on days like these. And while it is certainly true that there are times when I'm just a mom who is trying to make the world a better place for my kids to grow up in, my boys walk through this world proudly descended from both freed slaves and Holocaust survivors. The history of all of those ancestors courses through their veins. It is my job to make sure they walk upright in a world that doesn't seem to want to just let them be. But I can't do it by myself. You are my village, and I need your help. And I think that that's why we're all here. We see brokenness around us, and we're dedicating ourselves to make it better. At the dinner table, at the nail salon, at the barber shop, in the doctor's office, in the voting booth, in bathrooms, at school, all of the places where hurt happens, we are asking, how can we make it better? Because we need to believe that through our collective action, we will one day live in a world without fear. Thank you, and Shabbat Shalom.
Good morning. My name is Lacey Schwartz Delgado, and I would like to thank the King family and Reverend Sharpton and all the organizers for having me here today. To paraphrase Dr. King, who said right here 60 years ago, we cannot be satisfied as long as the Black man in Mississippi cannot vote and the Black woman in New York thinks she has nothing to vote for. Well, I am a lifelong New Yorker. And I'm saddened to say that today, New York, along with Mississippi, is still in the bottom 10 of all 50 states for voter turnout. We have to change this. Hard it is to feel like the only one speaking the truth. When our most important relationships are on the line, when our emotional and physical security are at stake. But I've also experienced how transformative it can be when we dedicate time and energy to overcome fear. We must always believe in transformative power of truth-telling. We cannot allow the dark forces of extremism, intolerance, and hate to corrupt us and make us cynical. Our capacity to care for one another must and will win out. Together, we will remain vigilant in protecting our democracy, knowing that it is us, the people, that will decide our fate. Our government is meant to be for the people, by the people. And together, we are those people. Thank you.
Let's welcome Director of the Community Justice and Action Fund, gun violence survivor, and co-founder of March for Our Lives, Greg Jackson, Brenda Moss, and David Hogg.
Oh, great. True. How are y'all doing? Good?
burden on students, on children, teachers, and administrators instead of doing the courageous thing and protecting children and their teachers. Well, if they're admitting that they won't do anything for us, then we're going to have to take them head on. Run, hide, fight? They tell us to fight? Well, I've got news to them. We're not fighting against each other on issues like gun violence. It's about time we start fighting together for a common purpose. They tell us to hide. We're not hiding under desks and hiding away from the requirement that we have to protect the next generation from this issue and hiding from it. We're going to enter the light and take this head on. They tell us to run. We are done running away from this issue. It is time we start running for office as a generation, not just for Congress, the building behind us, but in places like Lansing, in places like Tallahassee, in places like your city hall. Every level of government matters, and we need you to run. Because I'm here to tell you, while we have statues that admire great men like Abraham Lincoln behind me and so many others, the great men of history have their stories too often told time and time again that it was just them that was in charge of creating that change. When I have news for you, it has been, and it still is, and always will remain the people that lead that change. It has been the black and brown women that lead the movement to end gun violence. As the man we said that we honor today, Dr. King once said, if you...
And I came within 26 minutes of death. When I laid on that pavement, all I could think about was, how do I stand up one more time? Right now in America, every 8 minutes, someone is shot and killed. A mother is mourning their children, and a tombstone stands where a life should live. One of those lives was my mentee, DeMarcos. DeMarcos, who hosted his own End the Gun Violence rally that buried 3 of his friends before he was shot and killed on his front porch. These are the lives that we're losing every single day. Every year, over 138,000 people are killed from this crisis. This is the #1 cause of death for all youth in America. The #1 cause of death for all black men in America. The #2 cause of death for all black women and all Latino men in America. But yet we have not seen the action to deal with the biggest health crisis of our time. In the past 30 years, we have only seen one law passed to address gun violence. One law. And yet our bodies are laying on the pavement every day. Every 8 minutes, another life is lost. And the people who are laying on the pavement have the answers. We know we need a public health response. We know we need resources for victims and survivors. We know one fighting for your life when you have the opportunity to take action. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Brenda Moss. I am a leader at Everytown for Gun Safety. On this very day, 9 years ago, my son Sean Moss' life was taken by someone that should not have had a gun. Am I mad that he's gone? I'm mad at the way that he went. I'm mad that extremists and gun lobbyists say that they can't, when in all actuality, they won't. I'm mad that people that look like me can't knock on doors or run in neighborhoods for fear of being shot. I'm mad because there are not resources for families like mine to deal with the tragedy and the aftermath, whether it's a national event, whether it's an event in someone's backyard, or whether it's a wounded person. So just let me be clear. Am I mad? Yes. Will I cry? Absolutely. But will I stop? No. Why? Because contrary to frustration, I am here. I am a must. I am an absolute. and I am very necessary. So I leave with you today what my son said to me when he would look at me and find me trying to figure it out. He said, Dukes, there's nothing you can't do. It's a new day, so let's...
I'm Liz Schuler, president of the AFL-CIO, and I am honored to stand here today with Fred Redmond, our secretary-treasurer, representing 12.5 million working people, 60 unions, every industry in our economy, every sector across this economy. Any union members out there, let me hear you. I see you out there. We are here on the shoulders of giants. A. Philip Randolph, Bayard Rustin, Dr. King, John Lewis, Ella Baker, every person who marched. And here's what I want to ask you all today. Why is it when these giants came together 60 years ago, they chose this day right before Labor Day? Why is it that these civil rights and labor icons came together to plan this march when they did? Why is it? On the day that we tragically lost Dr. King in Memphis, he was standing with our brothers and sisters and siblings at AFSCME, ready to go on strike with sanitation workers. Well, I'll tell you why. It's because he knew this fight for racial justice and for economic justice are one and the same. Because he knew justice does not exist without a good job. Because Dr. King knew what A. Philip raised for every dollar a white man makes. And we're standing up to the extremists who want to rip away our rights, including our right to vote. We're standing up for a better life for everyone. And this is just the beginning. This is just the beginning. I'm ready to keep marching. Are you? You ready to keep marching? Thank you.
Well, good evening, brothers and sisters. My name is Fred Redmond. I'm the Secretary-Treasurer of the National AFL-CIO. Look, throughout this country, workers are standing up and they're speaking out. They are joining unions in record numbers. And most of the time, it's against employers who threaten and even fire them for demanding that their voices are heard. I would like to present one of those brave workers who, along with her co-workers, are trying to unionize and have been trying to unionize since 2017 at a company in Hattiesburg, Mississippi called Maximus. I would like to introduce Ms. Tanya Jackson. Tanya.
Thank you. My name is Tanya Jackson. I'm a mother, grandmother, and a woman of faith from Prentice, Mississippi. I am here on behalf of thousands of federal call center workers, mostly black and brown women and mothers just like me, who are overworked and underpaid. We are working with the Communication Workers of America to organize a union at Maximus, a huge federal government weren't discriminated against. How is it okay in 2023 that we work for a federal government and can't afford to pay our bills while the CEO of our company took home more than $6 million last year? I am here today to call on the Biden administration to investigate Maximus and to ensure that we hold federal contractors accountable to the highest standards of justice. Thank you.
Please welcome Vice President of the National Education Association and one of the presidents of the National Nurses United. Let's welcome Miss Princess Moss and Zanai Triunfo Cortez.
Hello, everyone. My name is Princess Moss, and I am proud to join you as Vice President of the National Education Association the nation's largest labor union, 3 million public school employees serving 50 million public school students all across the nation. NEA members share one important goal: to make sure that every student, Black, white, brown, indigenous, or AAPI, students from underserved neighborhoods, LGBTQ plus students, and our disabled students. And that is the importance of this moment. As we remember, let us rededicate ourselves to continuing Dr. King's important work. As we reflect, let us remain committed to protecting educators' freedom to teach and our students' freedom to learn, because public education is the cornerstone of our democracy. And as we recall, let each of us continue to remind everyone that when it comes to creating a nation that we all deserve, especially our students, we will use every day to fight even harder. And when the time comes, we will vote even smarter. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Zenny Triunfo Cortez. I'm president of National Nurses United, the largest union of registered nurses here in the United States. I am very honored to be here today. Dr. Martin Luther King once spoke of a radical revolution of values that put people before profits. Nurses live this revolution every day as workers who care for people, while our employers only care about profits. Nurses know healthcare doesn't stop at the hospital walls. It is impacted by housing, work. Together, we win. Thank you.
Let's welcome none other than Ambassador Andrea.
Hello, everybody. I'm Andrew Young, and I've been here before. I was here 60 years ago, but I was also here 66 years ago in 1957. It's been a long but wonderful struggle. And I'm here to tell you that I don't feel no ways tired. We've come too far from where we started from. And nobody ever told us that the way would be easy. But frankly, as messed up as we can be, as difficult as life is, there is no place on earth that's any better. Countries want to work with us and want to be like us. I was privileged to go to the United Nations with Jimmy Carter as the president. But one of the reasons why Jimmy Carter got to be president was, as the governor of Georgia, he deputized every high school principal as a voter registrar. And you couldn't graduate from high school in Georgia unless you were a registered voter. And he understood, as we understand, that the vote is the passport to freedom and opportunity. That is hard work, but it's good work. It's people that I met running my first voter registration drive in 1953 in Thomasville, Georgia, that shaped my soul, that helped me to believe that all things are possible. And it's no accident that a young man from Thomasville, Georgia, is now the Secretary of Defense of these United States of America. That if you look around and if you see what's going on, I remember when our president was just a young senator and I was a young congressman, 1973. And he was the victim of a tragic accident in his family. And he used to go home. Same kind of struggle for freedom we have here in these United States. But he did another thing that seems crazy. He invited his jailer to sit with his family. For he understood, as Archbishop Tutu said, there really is no future without forgiveness. Yes, I tend to get upset now and then, but my daddy told me when I was 4 years old, and when the Nazi party was on the corner of my house, 50 yards from where I was born, that those are white supremacists. But their problem is with God. You take care of your business and let God take care of them. And he said, don't ever let anybody make you mad. Don't get mad, get smart. When you lose your temper in a fight, and when you get upset, your mind kind of is cut off, and you have no possibility of using the strongest things that are available to you to bring about change. So don't get mad, get smart. Don't look at all the things that are wrong. Look back on where we were 66 years ago when we had the first March on Washington.
Please welcome to the stage Randy Weingarten and Cleola Brown.
Educators and civil rights activists. 60 years ago, our forebears marched for jobs and justice, for equality, for freedom, for the promise of public education, for dignity at work, and a voice in our democracy. 60 years ago, think about their courage to hitch rides, board buses, sleep on church floors, trust strangers, to come from the segregated South to the segregated nation's capital. Because liberty, equality, and opportunity, ideals synonymous with America, were denied to too many Americans. We march today because justice is still denied to too many Americans. We, thank you, Reverend Al, still denied to two steps of King and Lewis, of Randolph and Rustin, and all those who came to Washington in 1963. We march for opportunity because when the wealthy 1% has as much wealth as the bottom 90%, we need a pathway to the middle class and for good jobs that Rustin and Randolph fought for and today's union movement fights for. We march to combat hate and division in America because hate crimes are at the highest level on record, terrorizing not only those who are targeted, but whole communities. And we march because we will not be silent, because we have the courage to act, the courage of our conviction, to bend the moral universe, the arc of the moral universe towards justice and freedom. So, my friends, in the face of the extremists, division and hate, we create connection and community. In the face of fear, we have hope. In the face of despair, we have dreams. In the face of silence, we tell our stories. In the face of smears, we offer solutions. When they ban books, we give them away. When they try to erase history, we stand up and make sure it's taught, the good and the bad. When they denigrate LGBTQ students, we stand up for them. When they smear educators and public schools, we promote solutions to help every public school be a place that parents want to send their kids, educators want to teach, and kids. Thank you. And now the head of the A. Philip Randolph Institute, the institute that helped spawn this march, Cleola Brown.
Thank you, Randy. Thank you, Randy. Hello, freedom fighters. Hello, freedom fighters. Oh, yeah, that's the way to respond for sure. Our sister, Randy Weingarten, was generous enough to let me share this podium with her, and I'm going to do it in about 35 seconds. When I look out and see all of you, the beautiful faces and the crowd, I can remember 60 years ago, because I was in the trees right over there. But it was Randolph and Rustin who got to the young people to talk with them about why it was necessary to do those same things that we must do all over again. If you heard anything that President Weingarten said, she said, what are we going to do after we finish marching? Marching is necessary, but a plan and a direction for where we go is absolutely the key to what must happen. I tell you this, standing on the shoulders of Randolph, standing on the shoulders of Rustin, and on the shoulders of all of the young activists that are anxious to follow you leaders that are out here, but also to find a pathway that belongs to them as well. God bless you on this 60th anniversary. Remember that it's not all about you. It is about the purpose and the cause. If we stay focused, we can make a change. God bless you all.
Woo! This is for all of you. I stand here in solidarity with my union family, echoing the calls to action you've just heard from the AFL-CIO, the American Federation of Teachers, the National Education Association, National Nurses United, the United Food and Commercial Workers. You just heard from Clay. You know, when hundreds of thousands gathered here in 1963, they called it the March on Washington for Jobs and Freedom. It was more than a protest against Jim Crow. It was a demonstration for labor rights. It was about fighting poverty, fighting prejudice, addressing segregation, addressing deprivation. It was about the unbreakable link between racial justice and economic justice. A few years later, sanitation workers represented by Local 1733 have asked me, 1,300 fearless black men went on strike to assert their humanity, to demand dignity, and to demand respect. They changed the course of history by declaring, I am a man. Since then, there has been real progress, but we are not naive. Structural racism remains a brutal fact of American life. We bear its burden every single day, but with resolve to build a better future. Let us all meet this moment together. Thank you very much.
Co-founder and CEO of the Fearless Fund and COO of the Fearless Fund, let's welcome Arian Simone and Diana Parsons.
First, I'd like to start with honor. Thank you, Reverend Sharpton, the King family, and its partners for having us here today. We are standing here today because we are inaugural defendants in one of the most defining lawsuits of our time. Thank you. Edward Bloom and his organization have filed suit against our company because we invest in women of color founded businesses. We will. He and his deep-pocketed supporters are trying to stop millions and billions of dollars from getting into the hands of women and people of color. This lawsuit is not about us. This lawsuit is not to dismantle our economic freedom and our economic progress. 60 years ago, people gathered right here, so many more. We will not back down. We will win this fight. Economic freedom is where Dr. King left off, and economic freedom is where we will pick up.
Yes, we will pick up. Because freedom, as we know, is not free. There's a price that we all have to pay, and such a great sacrifice. Our ancestors died for us to have the possibility of freedom. We are economically fragile in this country, even more fragile, perhaps, than we were 60 years ago. Let me tell you how this lawsuit affects each and every one of us. Ed Bloom and his deep-pocketed supporters are attacking you if you are black, if you are brown, if you are a woman, if you're Jewish, if you're LGBTQ+, if you are disabled, if you have ever been disenfranchised or marginalized in this country, he is coming after you. And let me tell you why. It is because of our identities, our rich identities, and how the world sees us. He is attacking our stories, our very rich stories. He's attacking our lived experiences. And who is he to tell us who we are and whose we are? To attack those who wish to tear us down. Thank you. Thank you. And God bless.
Award-winning TV host, actor, director, comedian, and musician. Please welcome to the stage, Nick Cannon.
Beautiful people, how's everybody doing out here in this amazingly hot? I was looking for a profound word, but it's hot. And I didn't get the memo. I drove up from the south in all leather, so you ain't gonna have to play the music on me. I might pass out before this minute and a half goes off. But honestly, in all sincerity, I want to thank the King family, the Drum Major Institute, obviously the Anti-Defamation League, as well as the National Action Network for having me here today. And more than anything, it's just an honor. 60 years of so much hard work, so much perseverance, so much resilience as a people, and to see us all out here today. I mean, as an entertainer, as we know, I understand my place. You know, Malcolm X said it best. We actually have leaders to lead and entertainers entertain. So therefore, I'm just a person here in support and understanding as an alumni and student of Howard University, HU, you know. I did it backwards though, y'all. I went and got some money, and then I went and got my degree. B20, but I did it the right way. I was going class to class, and I would come to DC 3 times a week, you know, during the tapings of all my different television shows and everything, and I would know that there's only one principle that can do that, and that's love. So I say that with so much grace, so much gratitude for this opportunity. I got my 2 oldest children here to witness this. Yeah, I got a lot of them. But I brought my 2 oldest there. preteens, and to have this moment with them is an honor and truly a pleasure. So I thank you all for having us here. And we got some real leaders and some real speakers about to come and lay it down for you. And I told them I wouldn't take up too much of their time because they need more than I do. I just need to show my face, but we got some real words of inspiration here. So God bless y'all. And as we walk in love, peace, and healing, take care.
Senior pastor of New Birth Missionary Baptist Church, let's welcome Pastor Jamal Harrison Bryan.
Good to see you. My name is Dr. Jamal Harrison Bryant. I come from the state of Georgia, the only state in America that has sent a Jew and a black man to Senate. I come to you today from the state of Georgia, where black women have set the standard that everybody is accountable, even if you are the former president of the United States of America. When we look at the past 60 years, we have to do measurement as to how far we have come. But this week in Fulton County, when it is that the former president said that he thought that slavery was nothing more than trade school. He needs to be served an indictment if he is trying to ban books. What he doesn't know is too late, because Negroes already know how to read. We have already read the bluest eyes. We've already read their eyes are watching God. We've already read Before the Mayflower. We have already read what it means to be black in America. There needs to be an indictment against Governor Abbott in Texas, who has unwillingly put migrant workers on buses and have separated children from their parents and still has not rejoined them. If he wants to put somebody on a bus, it should be Ted Cruz, who has been putting black and brown people under the bus. We came today to serve an indictment on Clarence Thomas, who has filled the seat of Thurgood Marshall, but is not worthy of tying Thurgood Marshall's shoes. And his wife is an unindicted co-conspirator on what took place on January 6th. I came to serve an indictment. An indictment when it is that $25 billion is getting ready to go to the Ukraine, but nobody is saying anything about what's happening in Somalia and Niger and in the Congo. There needs to be an indictment on record companies that have tried to sweep away conscious hip-hop and do away with the voices of KRS-One and those who elevated us, KRS-One and kings and queens, and not glorify poverty and not promote addiction and marginalize misogyny. Something is wrong. There is an indictment. Put your fingerprints all over deeds. Put your fingerprints all over degrees. Put your fingerprints on LLCs. Put your fingerprints on corporate ladder. Put your fingerprints on the necks of those who believe that white supremacy is palatable. We are not the generation who's going to sit down and be quiet. If you don't believe me, take a one-way trip to the dock of Montgomery, Alabama, and there you'll find out that no weapon formed against us will be able to prosper. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 years later, we still are not free, but we know how to last. We lasted through the Middle Passage. We lasted through Jim Crow. We lasted through mandatory minimums. We lasted through the prison pipeline. We lasted through Donald Trump. And still we are here. And 60 years later, we stand on the shoulders of our ancestors who could not stop at hotels, who could not eat in restaurants. But we've come now not just from Morehouse and Hampton and Howard. We've come now from Johns Hopkins and Yale and Princeton, understanding the words of Langston Hughes. You may write me down in history, but I too sing America. They ask me to laugh when company comes, but I just smile and know that I am America. They didn't think that we were going to make it, but God did. We started at the bottom and we're still here.
Did you just come to church? Did you feel the Holy Spirit in that? Did you get your charge? Well, it charged me. Thank you, Brother Bryant. And let me just say, this is an honor for me to stand here because I was not here 60 years ago. But my mother was here. Merle Evers Williams was here 60 years ago. And as you stand out, as you sit under the trees on this reflecting pond, reflect on everything that is being brought to you. Reflect on what your energy and your charge is. You know, today we gather because the world witnessed 60 years ago an unprecedented convergence of voices, of dreams, of hope, and of plans of what we need to do for freedom, what we need to do for economic justice, and what we need to do for peace among humanity. This is the time in your generation, my parents' generation, my kids' generation, to come to a charge to ensure that we complete everything that was supposed to be done over 60 years ago, which has been started, which has been put in place, anticipated, who strategized to put the march and put all of the things that we need to do forward in order to be fruitful in our quest for justice. My mother, Merle Evers, asked me to say some words to you because she could not be here today. She could not be here because she is in her 90th year of life. Thank you. I'm blessed that she is here. But as she has said to me, she said, pick up the torch. Be an advocate for justice and equality. And she said, it takes time, but not a lot of time. It takes movement, and that movement is about policy. That movement is about the vote. We tend to remember when there's a major election, but we need to get and mobilize everyone for this year and for next year. Stand empowered. Stand on your own voice and secure our rights. Thank you.
It's apartheid. It was not until the people who came here 60 years ago took the stage of history that we finally founded a democratic republic. They were the founders of the republic that we live in. And more importantly, Dr. King was mislabeled. Dr. King was labeled as just a preacher. And he was a preacher. He was a good preacher. But 60 years later, he was actually the most consequential Afrofuturist of our time. Because when you talk about a dream, you're talking about the future. And he spoke into existence a future worthy of his people. So let's talk about the future. We talk a lot about Black history. What is the Black destiny? We talk a lot about Black history, but what is the Black future? I have an 18-month-old baby girl, 18 months. Her first crush is not likely to be a pop star. It's not likely to be a basketball player. It's likely to be an AI. Her first crush is likely to be an artificial intelligence bot that she can interact with on a persistent basis. 30 years from now, when she decides to have children, I hope, she will probably open her laptop and design them using biotechnology. And 90 years from now, she may be buried on Mars. We are on the verge and on the edge of a new human civilization. And on the edge of a new trillion-dollar industries are being launched in quantum computing, artificial intelligence, biotech, and others with effectively zero, that is neither human nor civilized, you're not going to build a new human civilization that is more racially exclusive than the one we're in right now. You are not going to build a future without us. And so let us declare that we are in the tradition of Dr. King as Afrofuturists, projecting a future worthy of our people and worthy of humanity. Let us declare that as they were the final founders of the last order, we insist that we will be the first founders of this one. Thank you very much.
Please welcome three-time Academy Award nominee and recipient of the Anti-Defamation League's International Leadership Award, actor, screenwriter, and advocate, Sacha Baron Cohen.
Good afternoon. I promise that this is not a prank on you. I think it might be a prank on me. I thought I was speaking at the Rosenberg Bar Mitzvah. I'm just glad I chose not to wear the mankini. Now, many of you are probably wondering what the hell is a white Jewish comedian from England doing here? Well, Reverend Sharpton, members of the King family, thank you for inviting me to join you today. This is an incredible honor. And I must say that I am indebted to the legacy of Dr. King and the work of the King Center. As Dr. King proclaimed, when all of God's children will be able to walk the earth in decency and honor. The power of unity is exactly why those who stand in the way of equality and freedom seek to divide us. They appeal to the worst instincts of humanity, which often simmer just below the surface. I've seen it in my own work. As Borat, the first fake news journalist, I interviewed some college students, 3 young white men in their bowl caps and polo shirts. It only took a few drinks and soon they were telling me what they really believed. They asked if in my country women are slaves. They talked about here in the US, the Jews have the upper hand. When I asked, do you have slaves in America? They replied, we wish. We should have slaves, one said. It would be a better country. Those young men, they made a choice. They chose to believe some of the oldest and most vile lies that are the root of all hate. And so it pains me that we have to say them out loud again. The idea that people of color are inferior is a lie. The idea that Jews are dangerous and all-powerful is a lie. The idea that women are not equal to men is a lie. And the idea that queer people are a threat to our children chose to believe the truth that we are all deserving of respect, dignity and equality, no matter who we are, what we look like, how we pray, or who we love. We always have a choice. And today the choices we make are more important than ever because the forces of hate have a new weapon that was not available in 1963: social media. These social media platforms deliberately amplify content that triggers outrage and fear, including fear of the other. This technology gives an unfair advantage to the intolerant. They've gone from Klan rallies to chat rooms, from marches to message boards. It's how they spread their filth, recruit new members, and plan their attacks. And we've all seen the deadly results. A surge in hate crimes, the murder of religious and ethnic minorities, and on the other end of this mole, an attack on democracy itself, hate and violence that should have no place in our pluralistic societies. Today, we make a different choice. and we call on people everywhere to join us in standing up to hate conspiracies and lies, especially on social media. So to every person online, when someone tries to blame the problems of the world,
good afternoon. I am David Holt, and I stand here today as a mayor. America's mayors are united in our passion to achieve equal opportunity for all who live in our communities. I also stand here today as a member of the Osage Nation, a people whose experience runs parallel with so many in this country who have fought against bigotry. I also stand here as the mayor of Oklahoma City, the capital of a state that has seen darkness and light. The Trail of Tears, the race massacre of 1921, the reign of terror against the Osage, and the bombing of 1995. But also the hometown of Ralph Ellison, one of the greatest minds to ever engage against the evil of racism. The home state of 39 sovereign tribal nations, most of which did not choose Oklahoma, but are nonetheless thriving today. And Oklahoma City is the hometown of courageous champions for civil rights. In 1958, Oklahoma City school teacher Clara Looper led a group of 13 children, some as young as 7, to sit at a lunch counter in downtown Oklahoma City, where at a lunch counter, they were among the first anywhere to sit down so that others could finally find the courage to stand up upon the promise of equal opportunity for all Americans. And we are here today to resolve that our work will continue. It will require commitment and strength to realize our aspirations. Millions of Americans have stood right here and dreamed of what could be. Let the sanctity of this place and the power in this gathering lift your soul long after you have returned home, just as it did in 1963. The moral arc of the universe does not bend itself. We must resolve to see this through together. May God bless and strengthen all of us. Thank you.
Please welcome Chair of the Congressional Black Caucus, joined by some of its esteemed members, Representative Stephen Horsford.
When I say democracy, you say for the people. Democracy.
For the people.
Democracy.
For the people.
I'm Chairman Congressman Stephen Horsford, Chairman of the Congressional Black Caucus. I'm honored to be here with members of the Congressional Black Caucus. It's our 51st year of existence, 58 members, the largest in our history. I want to thank Reverend Al Sharpton and the King family for gathering us all here today at the Lincoln Memorial, where 60 years ago, but we want to be free now. These words speak directly to the moment in which we find ourselves today. How can we be patient when conservative state legislatures are hell-bent on suppressing the black vote and threatening the cornerstones of our democracy? And when efforts are underway to deny black history and the very existence of black lives, who need to be protected from gun violence, police brutality, and poor economic conditions? How can we wait when our fundamental freedoms are under assault by the ideologically driven Supreme Court, which has overturned decades of precedent in Roe versus Wade and affirmative action, and allowed discrimination to be upheld against the LGBTQ+ community? This is the charge of the Congressional Black Caucus. Today, we are impatient. Today, we refuse to wait because black people are under attack in America. And the attacks against black people and blackness are coordinated, they're well-funded, and they're coming from every side. These are the challenges that we face, but we are not victims.
and we are by no means powerless to fight back. The Congressional Black Caucus has been fighting to preserve our democracy, fighting to protect voting rights and working rights, fighting to create fairer districts, fighting for public safety and police accountability, fighting to protect a woman's right to choose, fighting against the expulsion of black elected officials, fighting archaic traditions that block progress, and of course, fighting the people. Democracy for the people. Democracy for the people. God bless you.
Representing New York's 8th Congressional District in the borough of Brooklyn, he is the House Minority Leader, Speaker Hakeem Jeffries.
60 years ago, people from all across the land, blacks and whites, Christians, Jews and Muslims, young and old, secular and religious, older, younger men and women. They came by train, they came by plane, they came by bus, they came by automobile, some even walked. So they could march on Washington for jobs and freedom. 60 years later in this great country, we've come a long way, but we still have some things that have to be worked out. So we're here today to continue our march toward a more perfect union. We're here today to fight racism. We're here today to fight anti-Semitism. We're here today to fight hatred in any form. We're here today to fight for voting rights. We're here today to fight for civil rights. We're here today to fight for reproductive rights. We're here today to fight for workers' rights. We're here today to fight for LGBTQ rights. We're here today to fight for racial justice. Here today to fight for social justice. Here that complacency is complicity. They believe that selfishness is a superpower. We believe in truth and reconciliation. Some of them want us to believe that slavery was a job training program that personally benefited African Americans. An existential struggle between enlightened people and extreme people. But we're not going backward. We're going to keep moving forward. We're going to continue to show up. We're going to continue to speak up. We're going to continue to stand up. We're going to keep fighting. We're going to keep battling. We're going to keep struggling. We're going to keep pushing. We're going to keep advocating. We're going to keep demonstrating. We will not rest until we reach the promised land of liberty and justice for all.
Currently serving in his 16th term from the 6th Congressional District in South Carolina, please welcome U.S. House of Representatives Jim Clyburn.
Thank you very, very much. I don't know who put me behind Hakeem, but I'll visit with them shortly. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 years ago, when Martin Luther King Jr. and others stood on this podium, they followed a little event that took place about 4 months earlier when King was sitting in the Birmingham City Jail. He received a letter from 8 clergymen asking him to leave Birmingham because he was a disruptive force. They told him, using their time to deny women the right to choose, using their time to silence the voice of young legislators down in Tennessee, using their time to deny justice and history to blacks in Florida. People of goodwill. King said to us on that day that we are going to be made to repent, not just for the vitriolic words and deeds of bad people, but for the appalling silence of good people. We come today to break our silence. We come today to let the people, the governor of Florida know he will not erase our history. We come today to let the governor of Texas know that he will not overturn our votes. We come today
to let the people of Ohio know that we stand in solidarity with them to make sure that women maintain the right to govern their own bodies. We come today to rededicate ourselves to the proposition that we will not be silent.
Please welcome Florida Representative Debbie Wasserman Schultz and Georgia Representative Nikema Williams, co-chairs of the Congressional Caucus on Black-Jewish Relations.
Good afternoon. I'm Congresswoman Debbie Wasserman Schultz, proudly representing Florida's 25th Congressional District. I'm proud to stand today on the shoulders of those whose six-year ties that bind us that can never be broken. With my Congressional Caucus on Black-Jewish Relations co-chair Nikema Williams, and I want to add Brenda Lawrence, our founding co-chair, is here with us today. I'm here to represent and celebrate this unique historic union with all of you. This union of blacks and Jews is just as important now as it was 60 years ago. No one should ever doubt or let the comments of a few uninformed folks convince us otherwise. We've been through too much and seen what happens when they try and divide us. We know all too well the same ancient hatreds and oppression and discrimination in all its forms. We know that we are stronger together. I believe Coretta Scott King put it best when she said, because blacks and Jews share a common heritage as two of the most oppressed minorities in the history of humankind, any viable coalition for social progress in America must include both of these groups if it is to be successful. Let me be clear to all the haters and dividers out there, the black and Jewish communities are united and strong. Together, we created the civil rights and social justice movements that moved this country forward. When PWIs turned away Jewish refugee scholars in the 30s and 40s, it was HBCUs who opened their doors. In the 1960s, an overwhelming number of the white civil rights and attorneys and students that came together, most of them were Jewish. Sure, our bonds have been tested and both communities have seen a surge of hate in recent years. Jews being tacked on the streets, spat upon and assaulted. Our synagogues vandalized, swastikas sprayed in neighborhoods, including my hometown. Leaflets with Jew hatred left in driveways. Like us, many in the black community live in fear, witnessing massacres in churches and grocery stores or accosted by Karens in parks.
Looking out into the crowd today, I'm reminded of the seeds planted by Dr. King, Congressman Lewis, and the countless other freedom fighters who marched before us. I'm reminded of the progress sparked by their courage and their collective power that grew from their unwavering fight for freedom, equality, and justice. The principle of collective power is at the heart of the Black and Jewish Relations Caucus. I am proud to serve as a co-chair with my co-conspirator for justice, Debbie Wasserman Schultz. I lead in the spirit of Congressman John Lewis, a co-founder of the Black Jewish Relations Caucus, who understood the deeply interconnected fight for justice shared by Black and Jewish communities. To this day, the interconnectedness remains strong, y'all. As we face rising hate speech and anti-Semitism, attacks on our basic freedoms, and attempts to erase our history, we know that when we fight together, victory is ours. The Black and Jewish Relations Caucus is a reminder for Congress that we are stronger together indeed. We are stronger when we build bridges to respect one another. We're stronger when we take care to understand one another. We are stronger when we come together to move our nation forward. In the Black and Jewish Relations Caucus, we will strengthen the ties of mutual respect and understanding, but not just for our communities, for the good of the whole, to reflect the light that we wish to see among all people. Most importantly, we'll do this work because the people united will never be divided. Y'all, this is our civil rights movement. This is not a commemoration.
Justice continues to fester. But ladies and gentlemen, know this, the Justice Department Civil Rights Division will continue to defend the civil rights of all people in our country. We will fight for racial justice and racial equity. Right now, we are prosecuting law enforcement officials when they violate our civil and constitutional rights, including Derek Chauvin and the 3 officers who failed to intervene in the killing of George Floyd. We charged 4 officers tied to the death of Breonna Taylor We secured guilty pleas from 6 former police officers for torturing and abusing 2 black men in Rankin County, Mississippi. This work is animated by one simple principle: no one is above the law in our country. We are prosecuting perpetrators of hate crimes, including the defendant who killed 10 black people at Tops grocery store in Buffalo, New York. We secured convictions against all 3 men responsible for the tragic killing of Ahmaud Arbery and the defendant who massacred 23 Latinos at a Walmart in El Paso, Texas, and the defendant who killed 11 Jewish people at the Tree of Life, India. We are challenging discriminatory voting laws to ensure that every American has voice in our democracy. And we're taking on modern day.
Please welcome co-chair of the National Coalition on Black Civic Participation, Melanie Campbell.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, movement family. I bring you greetings on behalf of the National Coalition, Black Women's Roundtable, Black Youth Vote, in my hometown of Mims, Florida. 60 years ago, our movement family marched for jobs and freedom. Today, we march for power, rights, freedom, justice, and the vote. Today, we march to send a message to white nationalists and racists that we, black people, brown people, and indigenous people will not be erased. 60 years ago, black women leaders were recognized but did not have a speaking role. Today, we stand on the shoulders of Dr. Dorothy Height, Diane Nash, Merle Evans Williams, and others. And we are not only speaking today, we are standing shoulder to shoulder with our brothers leading this march and the movement. I just stopped by to remind you that you are the leaders you have been waiting for. Tell your neighbor, you have the power. I can't hear you. Tell your neighbor, you have the power.
Of the Lawyers Committee, Damian Hewitt.
Civil Rights America, how you doing? Right. My name is Damian Hewitt, president of the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights Under Law. 60 years ago was a long, cruel summer. Medgar Evers assassinated, George Wallace standing at the schoolhouse door. But something else happened that summer. President Kennedy convened 250 of the nation's leading lawyers from the private bar to get in the game of civil rights. That meeting, June 21st, 1963, created the organization I now lead, the Lawyers Committee for Civil Rights. Our mission is to ensure that black people and communities of color have the voice, the opportunity, and the power to ensure that the promises of democracy are real and not just words on paper. We fight racist hate. We fight for voting rights, filed more voting rights lawsuits than almost any other organization in the country in the last decade. We fight for justice online and in real life. We fight for fair housing and against police brutality. Now, we have a lot ahead of us, a big road ahead of us. But we can't be defined by the times. We have to define the times. And you know, our ancestors put in so much work and effort. What they had and we need to recapture is not just energy and drive. We have more infrastructure today than they did. We got more organizations than they did in 1963. What we need is collective vision. So I ask you, Civil Rights America, what is your vision? If you feel comfortable, I invite you to close your eyes, but you can do your part too. Number one, make a list of all the things you just thought about. Let that be your compass and your moral and strategic guide. Second, if you're not registered to vote, do it. And if you think you're already registered, check, because they try to purge you from the rolls. The third thing you should do is tell everyone, and you should put this in your phone now, the Election Protection Hotline, 866-HOUR-VOTE, 866-HOUR-VOTE. If you have a question or problem, face voter intimidation, hear disinformation, report it to the hotline and have it in your phone now before the municipal elections this year in some parts of the country, before next year's elections. Have it in your phone now. Also, join us online at thefuturewedeserve.org. We can do this together because your vision is our vision too. Thank you.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. We have a few more speakers to go, and then we will be blessed by the presence of the King family and the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton. Please welcome to the stage President and Director and of Counsel of the NAACP Legal Defense Fund, Attorney Janae Nelson.
Good afternoon, marchers. How are you doing? Thank you for being here today. Thurgood Marshall, who was the founder of the Legal Defense Fund, said, "To protest against injustice is the foundation of all American democracy." And your being here today is building on that foundation that was laid by the very who have made this democracy as good as it is today, who have always held this country accountable to its constitutional ideals. And we stand in a moment of peril. Our rights are being reversed. They are being stolen. They are being trampled upon. And it is our job. We are fortunate to be called upon in this moment to answer, to make sure that the next generation has the foundation that you are building upon today. And so I ask you to do one thing, because this is all about power. That's what this entire enterprise is, stealing and suppressing the power of people who want justice and equality. And so I ask you to do one thing, and that is to position your power. You all have power, we all have power, and we must demonstrate it by positioning it in a way where we can maximize it and use it. We are doing that in the courts. We have fought for 83 years in our federal courts, our state courts, our local courts, and when we fight hard, we win. We just won a redistricting lawsuit in the Supreme Court last year in the state of Alabama, forcing Alabama to create a second district where black people can elect a candidate of their choice. We will both can elect a candidate, or fighting for another district where black people can elect a candidate of their choice in South Carolina. We have lawsuits in Louisiana, Mississippi, everywhere. That is us positioning.
They're trying to tell us we don't have the freedom to learn our history, and we say, we march on. We are here because they try to tell us we can't invest in our own black companies or expect the private sector to look like America and look like our communities. And we march on because we say you will not turn us back. And we march on because in this country, freedom is supposed to mean the freedom to vote. It's supposed to mean the freedom to choose our leaders. It's supposed to mean the freedom to tell the truth, speak the facts, and not believe the lies of a powerful few who would try to tell us that by voting, we stole an election. We march on because we say the rule of law means that our children get mental health care and not a jail cell. We move on because we say our schools deserve to be funded and our teachers deserve respect. And we deserve to be able to organize, to partition our leaders about what we need. And I say here to you today that as everybody tells you, you can't be black, you can't be woke, you can't be Asian, you can't be an LGBTQ person who wants to marry the person you love, or you can't.
Siobhan Arlene Bradley.
Good afternoon, family. I'm Siobhan Arline Bradley, President and CEO of the National Council of Negro Women, founded by Mary McLeod Bethune and led by iconic leader Dr. Dorothy Irene Height. And this black girl from Camden, New Jersey, is humbled to stand before you 60 years later behind the hands of Height. And in one breath, I'm grateful to be on the stage of American Dreams. But in 2023, as a black woman, I'm looking at an American nightmare right before me. Watching those who intend to desecrate democracy and turning back the hands of time. Watching so-called leaders in government hide behind the law to strip away the agency of a people. And today, I got righteous rage, y'all. I got righteous rage informed by an agenda that will tell a woman what she can and cannot do. I got righteous rage where black women still make 65 cents on a white man's dollar. I got righteous rage where Supreme Court decisions continue to marginalize our people. So NCNW is here to light a fire into the people. We are here to say, not on our watch. My fellow brothers and sisters, we will galvanize voters again. Black women will save democracy again. We will have women in the ballot again. We'll continue to preach the gospel of Jesus again. We'll never be silenced women ever again. And we will take back our constitutional freedom. And as I close, our ancestors see us today. I say all of their names. Sojourner, thank you. Tubman, thank you. Bates, thank you. Parks, thank you. Coretta Scott, thank you. Constance Baker Motley, thank you. Chisholm and Jordan, thank you. Because Kamala and Katanji, thank you too. And as I close, Dr. Height, your hands are on this day.
Please welcome President of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, John Yang.
Well, my name is Wisdom Cole, and I proudly serve as the National Director for the Youth and College Division of the NAACP. What's going on, freedom fighters? When I say fired up, you say ready to go. Fired up! Fired up! Fired up! That's what I'm talking about. I want to shout out the National Action Network, Youth and College Division leaders, the CBC, Siobhan for that amazing speech, and the NCNW for housing young people yesterday. I want to shout out my members of the Divine Nine, our LGBTQ community, and countless brothers and sisters, allies, and advocates. 60 years ago, thousands of Americans stood on the same soil we stand on today and marched on our nation's capital, demanding an opportunity to achieve the American dream and fulfillment of the promises made by the Constitution. We march today because the promises have yet to be fulfilled, and the dream has to become a reality for the few and a nightmare for many. We are fueled by the fearless determination of youth-led organizations such as the Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the NAACP Youth and College Division, and icons such as the late, great Congressman John Lewis and countless other young warriors of justice who marched before us. I also want to give it up for the countless amazing black women who put on this march. In these 60 years, Black America has risen to heights that we could not imagine in 1963. We have become presidents, vice presidents, and Supreme Court justices. We have developed, but we are done asking for permission to do so. As we stand here today, we don't commemorate the 1963 March for Jobs and Freedom, we continue it. We are the torchbearers that will carry the nation forward towards a time where it's not a debate about whether black history is American history or whether black women are belonging in the Oval Office or the Supreme Court bench. We continue to forge our own freedom no matter what it takes. As we stand here today, I urge you to think about the local elections that are happening in your community. I want you to make sure that you are engaged in this fight for civil rights. Ahead of 2024, the NAACP is determined to recruit 300,000 volunteers across the country. Our staff is here today in the yellow shirts. Please connect with them, sign up to volunteer. And to my fellow young advocates, organizers, activists, hear this. We are the architects of today and tomorrow. We must channel that energy. It is up to us to make sure democracy works for us all. Everybody, please take out your phones right now. Join us in the fight to defend democracy. Text volunteer to 20707 and follow the instructions to take advocacy further. Thank you very much.
President of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, let's welcome John Yang.
Good afternoon. My name is Sean Yang. I'm the President and Executive Director of Asian Americans Advancing Justice, AAJC. It is an honor to be a co-sponsor with so many inspirational leaders, organizations, and individuals. 60 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King had a dream to unify all Americans, and the end of Asian immigrants are seen as perpetual foreigners that are somehow disloyal to this country to which we contribute, where we can't own land or we cannot hold the jobs that we seek. They use the model minority myth to suggest that Asian Americans do not suffer discrimination, and therefore racism somehow does not exist in this country. They try to exploit us and pit us against black and brown communities on issues like education, when we all know that us as marginalized communities are being pitted against each other, against the white power and privilege that exists. We cannot ask for Asian American history without recognizing the erasure of African American, Latino, and Native American history. We cannot talk about the violence against the Asian American community without talking about the violence against an LGBTQ plus community. Asian Americans will not be used as a wedge in this fight, and we will stand with all of our brothers and sisters. We will not be complicit to the erasure and oppression of the black and brown community. To my fellow Asian Americans, we need to show up, not just today, but every single day in this fight for justice. We know that Dr. Martin Luther King gave us, through this march and many other efforts, the rights that all of us enjoy today. So today we march in continuation of that dream, and today and always we will continue that fight to ensure justice for all. Thank you very much.
She is the president of Unidos US. Please welcome Janet Murguia.
That our movements and the hard-won progress we have made are being threatened by many who are driven by hate and anger and fear. They seek to divide us because they know that united, we are stronger. In unity, there is strength, and in that strength, there is power. We will fight the forces that seek to take this country back to a darker time. And if we work together, if we are united, we will never go back. And I know that because I know we will never give up. And we can be inspired by the young people who are here today and those young people who have made their voices heard across the country. They represent and embrace diversity of this country, which has always been our superpower. And through them, we see that Dr. King's dream is still alive. For them, for us, and for those whose shoulders we stand on today, we must continue our fight. They are depending on us, and united, unidos, we are unstoppable. Muchísimas gracias. Adelante. Sí se puede. Sí se puede. Gracias. Sí se
Please welcome the Executive Director of National Congress of American Indians, Larry Wright, Jr.
Of historical injustices on our communities, from the struggles of our ancestors to the challenges we face today. The fight for the rights of our people is not just a chapter in history, but remains an ongoing struggle. However, the challenges faced in tribal communities are rooted in the same systems of discrimination, prejudice, and historical oppression that affect other marginalized groups. And this ongoing fight is a call to recognize the common ground we share with one another. In reflecting on this historic day, I share the words of one of our chiefs, Chief Standing Bear, a Ponca leader who stated in a federal court case in 1879 that determined American Indians were now humans in the eyes of the United States law. Chief Standing Bear extended his hand to the judge, and he said, "My hand is not the color of yours, but if I pierce it, I shall feel pain. If you pierce your hand, you shall feel pain. The blood that will flow from my hand and the blood that will flow from yours is the same color. I am a man. The same God made us both." Justice extends to all corners of the nation. not only Native people as we strive for recognition, sovereignty, and the rights to determine our own destinies. Chief Standing Bear's words echo the essence of Dr. King's speech, which has become synonymous with the fight for shared justice and equality. By amplifying each other's voices, we wield a more powerful influence on policies, legislation, and a more equitable future for generations to come. Today and beyond, let's march onward together, honoring the spirit.
Is that lesbian, gay, bi, trans, and queer people, we are here today, and we've always been here. Not just as your uncle's long-term roommate, okay? We have always been here as leaders, as organizers, as strategists. I'm proud to represent. I'm up here today with my friend, Zion Ballard. Zion is 18 years old, proudly black and proudly trans. Give it up for Zion, y'all. Now, when Zion came out to his parents, who are also here 4 years ago, they reacted like every parent should, with unconditional love. And ultimately, I gotta believe that that's why we're here. We are here because this fight is and has always been about loving each other enough to demand freedom to live fully and authentically as who we are, y'all. The freedom to dance our hearts out without getting stabbed like O'Shea Sibley was. The freedom to wave our pride flags without being shot like Lori Carlton was. The freedom to send our kids to school without worrying about what they'll be taught and if they will make it home. The freedom to live in an America where the color of your skin and who you are never dictates the length of your life, y'all. So I'm here with a simple request. If you have a queer trans child, love them and love them completely. If you have a pride flag, fly it, wave it, and wave it proudly. And if you've got a vote, by God, please use proudly. And let's get free.
Please welcome continuation of that mission, a mission that we call the 3 Ds. The first D is to defend and fix democracy. We demand the full restoration of the Voting Rights Act, fair representation in Congress, state legislatures, and city councils, an end to racially based gerrymandering. With 2024 just around the corner, states are purging, putting up barriers. We call for the passage of the Freedom to Vote Act and the John Lewis Voting Rights Advancement Act. The second D is we must demand diversity, equity, and inclusion in courtrooms, in classrooms, on campuses, factory floors, construction sites, C-suites, and every workplace in America. We will and must level the playing field so our children and children's children have equal opportunity to succeed. We call on every American institution to commit to equal opportunity by reaffirming their commitment to diversity, equity, and inclusion. The third D is we must defeat poverty. In 1963, the organizers of the March on Washington called for a national minimum wage act. At that time, in 1963, the minimum wage was $1.15 per hour. If you adjusted it for inflation today, that wage would be $11.45 an hour, when the national minimum wage is but $7.25. We call for a national...
Okay, come on.
As the enemies of equality attack Black America and other people of color by passing legislation to ban our Black history in the classrooms, to ban our Black books, to ban our Black authors, to ban diversity, equity, and inclusion programs, and have the audacity to try to mandate that they teach our children that slavery had positive benefits for our ancestors. As your Attorney General, I declare now more than ever that we must be
unapologetic defenders of black life, black liberty, and black humanity. And just like they try to ban our black history, we must tell them without black history, you wouldn't have American history. We fought for justice for the families of Trayvon Martin, the families of Eric Garner, the families of George Floyd, the families of our brown children, our red children. They all have to know that all of their histories, all of their cultures contributed to American history. And brothers and sisters, we have to be ready to fight until hell freezes over. Yes, sir. And then we got to be ready to fight on the ice. Because in conclusion, as I rest my case, all of our children can never ask the question, do they really mean it when they say Black Lives Matter? No, our children got to know that we're willing to fight for them, and if need be, we're willing to die for them in the spirit of Martin Luther King and our ancestors. God bless you. Let's protect black history at all costs.
That's right. That's right.
Please welcome to the stage the founder and chairman and CEO of the Kraft Group, none other than Robert Kraft.
Civil rights movement was all-consuming. My wife, Myra, of blessed memory, had come to events in Washington herself to stand up for change that was so needed then and unfortunately is still needed now. As a young Jewish couple in 1963, the Holocaust was very much still in our hearts. Having lost family members in the horrific atrocities that had occurred only 20 years before in the 40s. Seeing that same kind of hate and discrimination taking place in the United States that had taken place in Nazi Germany was unsettling and uncomfortable. Against this backdrop, we were so proud to know that Jewish people were among the most active of non-black groups participating in the civil rights movement. Jews stood together with black leaders in Mississippi. They marched with the demonstrators in Birmingham. They lent their advice and counsel throughout the South, and they were arrested with Dr. King in Florida, fighting against segregation. I was so pleased to see one of my personal heroes, Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, march arm in arm with Dr. King in the March on Selma. And there were so many Jewish people who stood shoulder to shoulder with Dr. King right here on the steps of the Lincoln Memorial, fighting against hate discarded into a secret grave. The discovery of their bodies received nationwide attention, and ultimately it triggered the passage of the Voting Rights Acts of 1965. That bond between blacks and Jews in America is a bond that has existed for over a century as we stood together to fight against intolerance and bigotry then. We stand together with you now. The hatred of Dr. King stood against is the same hatred we're seeing in communities across the nation more and more today. We saw what that happened with that kind of hate in Germany in the 30s and 40s, and we saw the way it ripped the fabric of the country apart in the 60s. Today, it is our job to fight all hate. Hate against blacks, Jews, Asians, Hispanics, and members of the LGBTQ plus community, so that history does not repeat itself. The advent of social media and the hate that it spreads makes this fight even more complicated. But I truly believe the power of our communities, bonded together, arm in arm, is more powerful than this most vicious hate. And I know that Dr. King would agree. And knowing that, it'll inspire me to keep trying to build bridges between people.
Let's welcome to the stage founder, chairman, and CEO of Vista Equity Partners, none other than Robert F. Smith.
Give me a little bit. Some 70 years ago, Dr. King stood on these steps in the shadow of the great emancipator and said that America has not lived up to its promise, that this country had given black people a bad check and it came back marked insufficient funds. But Dr. King never lost his faith in the bank of justice. I was in the crowd that day. I was just a baby, but my mother Sylvia drove me and my brother from Denver to DC to witness history and feel the power of the moment and the power of the movement. That movement has driven remarkable progress, allowing black Americans to break barriers and build businesses, go to space, and even occupy the Oval Office. And we've done the quiet work that's just as important. We're business owners, entrepreneurs, teachers and preachers, soldiers and scientists, farmers and firefighters, all shaping this country and its future. But the truth is, black Americans are still held back, marginalized by public institutions and private corporations alike. Yes, we elected a president, but what happened to our voting rights? Yes, there are black millionaires and a few black billionaires, but our economy is still structured. Dr. King knew that economic rights were the key to true equality. And he once asked, what does it profit a man to be able to eat at an integrated lunch counter if he doesn't earn enough money to buy a hamburger and a cup of coffee? His moral calls for economic justice are what I want to talk about today. Because as we stand here, the war on diversity and inclusion threatens all of the progress we made through the sacrifices of our ancestors. As we honor the legacy of Dr. King, we must expand our focus to include economic justice. That's why I paid off the student and Parent Plus loans of those 400 Morehouse graduates in 2019. To invest in the limitless potential of our next generation. And you know what? It's working. Overcoming systemic oppression requires systemic investment. It takes more than a paycheck. It takes power and ownership. Growing up, my neighborhood didn't have a single bank. And that's true for most black people, limiting their ability to buy homes and start businesses. 4 out of 10 black homes and 4 out of 5 HBCUs don't have reliable and affordable high-speed broadband internet. Without access to the critical infrastructure of American capitalism, black people will always be symbolic sharecroppers, impoverished tenants working someone else's land. Progress depends on every American's dream. Dr. King built a coalition with our Jewish brothers and sisters and Latino neighbors. This year we're joined by our Asian American, Native Hawaiian, and Pacific Islander brothers as well. Prosperity for all will only not depend on the acceptance of others. We are enough. We are enough to make our votes count, to hold our politicians accountable, to represent our interests, and to make sure that public resources are equitably distributed. We are enough to ensure our water is safe to drink, and we are enough to grow, harvest, and distribute nutritious food for our children and our elders. We are enough to enhance black maternal health, diagnose and treat our sick, and bring mental wellness to those who need it, and not just let the justice system treat them as criminals. We are enough to educate our children in the truth of the past and enable them to embrace the opportunities of the future. We are enough to make our communities safe, beautify our neighborhoods, and create wealth through the ownership of our homes and businesses. We are enough to teach our children that they can live in ways that make God's glorious planet thrive with our presence, rather than wither and withstand our abuse. Even in the face of massive injustice, we have proven over and over again that the conscious divine intelligence has enabled us to be resilient, resourceful, and that we are bound only by the limits of our own conviction. We are enough to build the future, to grow our wealth and make sure that Black Americans thrive and America thrives. We are enough to enable our sons and daughters to be enough, to fulfill the dream that is the idea and the promise of America. Yes, we are enough. It is up to us to build the economic infrastructure that ends the racial wealth gap, speaking with our dollars, our voices, and our votes.
Someone told me on the way up, blessed are the brief, for they shall be invited back. So I'm going to be brief. 60 years ago, Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. stood on these very steps and spoke of a dream. It was an American dream. The last 60 years have brought us a new reality. African Americans have experienced unprecedented wealth, education, upward mobility. Blacks are in positions of power more now than at any time in the history of this nation. The number of American Black millionaires and billionaires continue to increase. According to the U.S. Census Bureau, there are an estimated 3.1 million African American or Black-owned businesses in the United States. These businesses account for $72.5 billion in receipts. The new reality is because we have taken responsibility for our future. We've picked ourselves up by our bootstraps. We created, with creativity, ingenuity, and perseverance, we have translated our gifts, talents, and abilities into value in the marketplace here in America and globally. However, somebody say however, as of 2021, according to the U.S. Census, Blacks still have the highest poverty rate in the country at 19.5%, compared to non-Hispanic whites at 8.1%. At this very moment, we are still dealing with racial disparities in our criminal justice system, our police system, our education. Yes. How do we get there? I'm glad you asked. If my people, which are called by my name, shall humble themselves and pray, seek my face, and turn from their wicked ways, then will I hear from heaven and will forgive their sin and heal their land. But don't mistake it. It's going to take prayer and work. God bless.
New Thought Minister, author, and founder and spiritual director of the Agape International Spiritual Center in Beverly Hills, please welcome Reverend Michael Beckwith.
Peace and richest blessings to all of you. I am Michael B. Beckwith from the Agape International Spiritual Center. Agape, of course, inspired by the words of Dr. Martin Luther King Jr. Today we are here not waiting for a dream to come true, but we're here to come true to the dream. That is, we are keenly aware that a vision without action is a fantasy, and an action without vision is what you call chaos. So today we're compelled to articulate a vision for the highest and best within us all. We are here today because we love humanity. We are here today because we love our children. We're here today because we love our grandchildren. We are here today because we love the innate freedom that has been given to us by the source of all creation. That if they are thwarting democracy, if they are hating and thwarting freedom, if they are hating and thwarting the inclusivity of a nation that is a melting pot of all individuals, they don't realize that their mind is being hijacked by a sense of separation, by an elite group of people that love to divide and conquer. In other words, the haters are sick. Their minds have been hijacked by a sense of this separation. So today we are saying in substance, let us wake up. Let us wake up to the spiritual realization that there is a deep and an abiding unity. And if you are a hater, your mind has been hijacked. If you are a lover, you're on the right side of history. And something is trying to unfold through us. We will continue the work until we become true to the dream and become a coalescing divine community, knowing that spiritual, authentic community ultimately grants us immunity from the lower frequency of life. And then we discover that we are compelled into right thought, compelled into right speech, compelled into right action. The beloved community begins within us and then outpictures as each and every one of us marching for the right to be free. Peace and richest blessings to all of you.
Please welcome Senior Advisor and Director
Through the work of the President and Vice President of the United States. Since taking office, President Biden, Vice President Harris have worked every day to bring us closer to the dream of equal opportunity for all Americans. The President signed 2 historic executive orders designed to advance racial equity and justice across the entire federal government, and another executive order on the anniversary of Bloody Sunday, directing his administration to expand access to the sacred right to vote. Just last month, the President designated a monument to honor the life of Emmett Till and the courageous leadership of Mamie Till Mobley. This designation reflects the Biden-Harris commitment to protecting places that tell a more complete and honest story of our nation's history, and will fight any effort to try and rewrite it. But the President and Vice President are not just talking, they're leading. They're leading in, doing the work to make sure all families can live the American dream. We've rebuilt the American economy, 13 million new jobs, closing the racial wealth gap, increased health coverage for African Americans by 50%, nominated more black women to the federal courts than every other president combined, including our first black woman, Supreme Court Justice Ketanji Brown Jackson. He's delivered on $7 billion, a record for historically black colleges and universities. He's pardoned all federal offenses relating to the simple possession of marijuana. He's lowered the cost of insulin to $35 and lowered the cost of health care for all Americans, making sure especially our seniors can live dignified, healthy lives without risking poverty. And the investments go on. The last thing I'll say, and I'm going to take my seat, I'll leave it with this: risking poverty. It's ago knew that in order for this country to reach its full potential, we'd have to do it together. All of us standing up for the best in us. In the face of these attacks, this ferocious pushback we're seeing to human.
Good afternoon. What a pleasure it is to see all of you here at the mall standing up for justice. I stand here on behalf of ADL, a century-old anti-hate organization that fights bigotry, that fights racism, that fights anti-Semitism of all types. From the very start of the modern civil rights movement, ADL leadership stood shoulder to shoulder with our friends in the black community. And in 1963, we came here to this place alongside Dr. King and so many other leaders to demand equal rights, justice, and fair treatment to all. Now today, we've come here once again to demand equal rights, justice, and fair treatment to all. Because we know that hate still exists, and the work of fighting hate together continues. You know, in 2023, That shouldn't be a controversial opinion, but we know there are some who think that it is. They're wrong. Because too often in our society, when someone makes a mistake or speaks out of turn, we push them away when we gotta pull them in. We eject them rather than embrace them. Too often we engage in a cancel culture when what we actually need is a counsel culture. And when we pull them close, when we embrace them, when we counsel them, we've got to educate them about our history. The history of how blacks and Jews struggled alongside one another to make America a more fair, more just, more tolerant country. Because they don't know the work of Julius Rosenwald and Booker T. Washington. They don't remember the sacrifices of Schwerner, Cheney, and Goodman. They don't appreciate the bond that united Rabbi Heschel and Reverend King. And what they don't see is the truth of our world today, that Jewish activists are on the front line of fighting for civil rights for African Americans, and that black leaders are standing side by side with Jewish Americans. The massacre at the Top Supermarket in Buffalo was preceded by a slaughter at a kosher supermarket in Jersey City. And in 2017, when there were no very fine people, the racists, as they marched to protest the long overdue removal of Robert E. Lee's statue in Charlottesville, they screamed, "Jews will not replace us." And so you see, the fates of the black and Jewish communities in America, they are intertwined. They are indivisible. That's why for more than a century, ADL has believed fiercely that you can't fight anti-Semitism without countering anti-black racism and hate against all other groups. We do so because we know communities will never be safe unless we're all safe. Our country will never live up to its promise. If any one group is denigrated or dehumanized or made to live in fear. 60 years ago, right before Dr. King spoke here on these steps in this place, a leader in our community, you gotta know that ADL will be with you every step of the way. Thank you.
Board Chairman, President, and beloved granddaughter of the Drum Major Institute, please welcome to the stage Martin Luther King III, Andrea Waters King, and the beloved granddaughter, Yolanda King.
Good afternoon. I know it's been a long, hot day, so let's get right to it. It's been a long, hot day and an even longer, hot summer. I must be honest, it's been a difficult road to get here, and there have been times when I'm sure that everyone has felt this, there have been times when it all felt a bit too big. The forces against you a bit too daunting. And in these moments, you felt like giving up or sitting down for just a bit. I was talking to a dear friend about this feeling, and she advised me to get back to my why. And I immediately thought of the voice of the mother to her child in the Langston Hughes poem's Crystal Stair. It's a voice that reminds me of my own mother. Well, I'll tell you, life for me ain't been no crystal stair. It's had tacks in it and splinters and boards torn up and places with no carpet on the floor, bare. But all the time I've been climbing on and reaching landings and turning corners and sometimes going in the dark where there ain't been no light. So don't you turn back. Don't you sit down on the steps because you found how a patient sitting in the waiting room lost her life that day. Amy St. Pierre. I thought about the fact that her 2 young children experienced their first Mother's Day without their mom, the beginning of a new school year without their mom, and I knew that I had to keep climbing. I thought about A.J. Owens being slaughtered in front of her children in Ocala, Florida, murdered doing what mothers do, defending them, and I knew that we must keep climbing. I thought about neo-Nazis standing at the gates of Disney World, greeting families preparing for a day of lifelong happy memories with hate. What did the mothers tell their children that day? I thought about Lori Carlton, a mother of 9, 25 years after brutal slaying of Matthew Shepard, shot and killed for hanging a flag, a pride flag outside of her own business. And I knew that we must all keep climbing. So my friends, we will keep climbing. We are here to liberate the soul of the nation, the soul of democracy from those forces who would have us all go backwards and perish rather than go forward as sisters and brothers. We will never betray those who marched for us, fought for us, lived for us, died for us. We are the children and the grandchildren of their struggles, and we will be worthy of their sacrifices. This is about freedom. This is about peace. This is about love. This is about our children. We are not here for commemoration. We are here for rededication to the fight for a future where at long last America's practice will be as good as his promise. Let my people go only because he was saved by his sister Miriam as an infant. Deborah helped lead the Israelites to victory out of bondage. Esther risked her life to save her people. And let's just go to the story of Easter as I close. After all of the disciples had fled, it was women who stood at the foot of the cross. Jesus' body was released to a mother. Women prepared his body for burial. Women stood outside his tomb, and it was to a woman that he first appeared after the resurrection. Women are unwavering warriors, and today we will no longer be silenced. Thank you very much. Yolanda Renee King.
Good afternoon. I mean, how am I supposed to go after that? Please give my mom a round of applause. If I could speak to my grandfather today, I would say, I am sorry we still have to be here to rededicate ourselves to finishing your work and ultimately realizing your hidden dream. 60 years ago, to struggle against the triple evils of racism, poverty, and bigotry. Today, racism is still with us. Poverty is still, we'll be worrying about global boiling. We need to do more than end racism on our planet. We need to do more than end poverty on our planet. We need to save our planet. When people say my generation is cynical, we say cynicism is a luxury we cannot afford. If you look like me, you could have fewer voting rights on your 18th birthday than America promised you on the day you were born. Let's think about that for a second. Fewer rights than we were promised. If you're a young woman like me, you could have fewer personal rights. And no matter who you are, you could be less safe from random gun violence and irreversible climate change. That that's why I believe that my generation will be defined by action, not apathy. And so the next piece that I will be sharing with you all will be very interactive, and I want you to repeat this chant that some of you may have heard, and I've done this throughout the years, and I've shared it with people, and so I think that we really need this during this really critical moment in our history. So I would encourage everyone to stand up and repeat these words after me. Spread the word! Spread the word! Have you heard? To really make an impact, I want you to say it in your loudest voice. Spread the word! Spread the word! Have you heard? All across the nation. We are going to be a great generation. Now give yourselves a hand. And everyone, please welcome my father.
As I stand here this afternoon on this representation of the 60th anniversary, as you know, it is actually Monday. But I'm going to do something a little different because our time, I'm told, has been cut to about less than 5 minutes. And Reverend Sharpton must come up. But I want to let you know how I'm feeling today. Because I'm very concerned about the direction our country is going in. And it is because instead of moving forward, it feels as if we're moving backward. The question is, what are we going to do? Do we realize that it is we the people who can make changes, represent history in the right way, ensure that hatred and hostility is not espoused all over our nation? As you know, my mother and father dedicated their lives to embracing love and lifting up the goodness in people. In fact, if somebody was 90% bad, Dad would focus on the 10% good, and maybe one day we will be a great nation. We are not personifying greatness right now. But you know what? Dad and Mom taught us it takes a few good women and men to bring about change. So as I get ready to close, you may ask the question, well, Brother King, we understand what happened with history. We don't like it or accept it. We understand what happened with voting rights. We don't like it, but we must change it. But you may be asking that question that my father asked back in the late 50s. How long will it be? Well, I don't know exactly how long it'll be. But what I do know is no lie can last forever. How long, you may ask, will it be before we get our freedom? I don't know, but truth, trust the earth will rise again. How long? Not long. Because the moral arc of the universe is long, but bends toward justice. How long? Not long, because God Almighty is still on the throne. Let's not give up. Let's not give in. Let's not give out. We must move forward to make this nation the nation that it ought to be for all of God's children. Thank you, and God bless you.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand to your feet and let's welcome the president and founder of the National Action Network, the Reverend Dr. Al Sharpton.
There are people that are trying to go after businesses. You heard from the Fearless Fund. They're going after diversity in large corporations. They're going after firms. I want to announce today that we're going to fight back. We are not going to let you take affirmative action and diversity firms. I'm like a doctor. I'll make house calls. We will march on the homes and the companies that if you think you can take money out of our community and cut us off, we are not going to allow that. We're going to have a fall of economic sanctions against those that bow to this. Secondly, we're building a unity here. When we see
blacks and Jews and Latinos and Asians come together. They're trying to separate us. But Martin Luther King III and Andrea Waters King has orchestrated, along with us in National Action Network, is a unity that we are not going to take this. We're going to march and show thousands of us in these streets going together. They will not be able to turn back the clock. They want to stop blacks from voting. We're going to vote anyhow. No matter how hard you make it, we coming anyhow. They're going to try to put women back in the kitchen with an apron. We're not going back in the kitchen with an apron, putting the apron back on. They're trying to tell gays get back in the closet. We're not going back in the closet. We're going to lock the closet. We're going to stand up for who we are. The schemers are saying we're going to make you look like you're something that should not be tolerated in human society. It's the dreamers against the schemers. The dreamers are in Washington, D.C. The schemers are being booked in Atlanta, Georgia, in the Fulton County jail. The dreamers will win. The dreamers will march. The dreamers will stand up. Black, white, Jewish, LGBTQ. We are the dreamers. We're the children of the dream. Let us march in the name of the dreamers. Let's stand up together, arm in arm. That's why Jonathan Greenblatt's here. That's why McGuire is here. That's why civil rights leaders are here. It's time to march. Everybody line up, and we're going to march from Lincoln's Memorial to the King Memorial, the dreamers facing the schemers.
what democracy looks like. Yeah, man. This is what democracy looks like. No justice. No peace. 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 Tell me, what do we want? Justice. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like. This is what democracy looks like.
We out here serving the people. No justice, no peace. Power to the people from North New Jersey. No peace. No peace.
My classmates that I went to school with, they're actually administrators down there now. So that's already. It's hot. Get on stick! These are great. Really.
Journey to the motherland, where they cross those burning sands, marching onward, glad to see what the end will bring. Go down, brothers, way down to Egypt land. Tell
Hey.
They had that water bottle. I had a water bottle. I didn't bring mine.
All right.
Martin, Yolanda, and Andrea. I'd like to thank the president of the ADL, and I'd like to thank all of you all for being here today. 60 years ago, my uncle, Martin Luther King Jr., stood not too far from here, from where we just left, and gave a historic speech for the cause of American democracy. And within 1 year, American blacks, united with American whites, were able to bring down and crush the walls of legal segregation and discrimination in America. 60 years ago, another man. 60 years ago, Martin Luther King Jr. also had a Supreme Court that recognized the Founding Fathers' original intent and the American Constitution's guiding principle that all human beings are created equal and that they are endowed by their Creator with certain inalienable rights, that among them are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Nelson Mandela didn't have a nonviolent constitutional weapon, and to make matters worse, he had a South African Supreme Court that was infected with racial cancer. 60 years later, my fellow Americans, fortunately, we still have Martin Luther King Jr.'s most powerful nonviolent weapon for equality, peace, and prosperity, the American Constitution. But unfortunately, America is now burdened with Nelson Mandela's cancer-infected Supreme Court. The only difference is America's Supreme Court is not infected with racial cancer. America's Supreme Court is infected with ideological cancer. There was much appropriately said today about what America's president, congresspeople, and senators should do. And if tomorrow they were to do everything we suggest here today, as my aunt, Coretta Scott King, would say, it wouldn't be worth a hill of beans, wouldn't be worth a hill. Infected Supreme Court will rule what they do unconstitutional. A national right to abortion bill by 6 Supreme Court justices who claim their deliberations and decisions are based on the theory of originalism. Well, originalism is not a bad theory. But the problem is the Supreme Court is not changing American democracy to American autocracy based on 1776 originalism. The Supreme Court is changing democracy to autocracy based on 1619 originalism. It's 1619 originalism that says American people of color and American women have no human rights that American society is bound to respect. It is 1619 originalism that says that the American Constitution does not allow the government to stop a citizen from carrying a gun concealed on their body, but the same court said the same American Constitution does allow the government to force a woman to carry a fetus concealed in her body. None of this is the Founding Fathers' 1776 originalism that declares that all human beings are created equal and therefore are entitled to life, the liberty to vote, the liberty to love who they choose, the liberty to worship or not worship a God of their choice, and the pursuit of happiness wherever they may find it. The 1619 originalism cancer suggests adding cancer-free organs to the body while leaving existing cancer in the body. Or that one should wait 18 years before the cancer can be removed. What the doctor will do is suggest immediate surgery to cut out and remove the cancer. The 1619 cancer within the Supreme Court must be removed in 2024, and any person running to be elected to the House or to the Senate should not receive your vote if they are not prepared to remove the 1619 cancer from the Supreme Court. 60 years ago, Martin Luther King Jr., along with Americans of goodwill and Americans of all stripes, marched on Washington to demand that the United States finally make real America's founding fathers' great dream of true democracy for all people, regardless of race, religion, or sex. Today, 60 years later, we march on Washington to demand that America remain a true democracy.